I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, leaving Windsor Castle after a royal visit with Britain's King Charles.
I cannot help but wonder what our forebears from 1776 would make of this friendship today.
That was at a lavish state dinner where the president said,
"The bond of kinship and identity between America and the United Kingdom is priceless and eternal. It's irreplaceable and unbreakable."
Well, the president's just arrived at the prime minister's country estate to meet with Keir Starmer.
Trade, Russia's war in Ukraine, and ending the war in Gaza will be top of mind and on that agenda today. And also the president's meeting with business leaders. And President Trump will be holding a press conference alongside the prime minister.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson. The president also posted on Truth Social in the UK. In one, he wrote he'll designate Antifa a major terrorist organization, wanting to invest those who fund it, calling Antifa a sick, dangerous, radical left disaster. Another post congratulated ABC for having the courage to take Jimmy Kimmel off the air. His show's been shelved indefinitely over comments Kimmel made about the Charlie Kirk assassination and the suspected gunman.
Kimmel, he first made these statements the day after Kirk's murder. He began with this quote, "With all these terrible things happening, you would think that our president would at least make an attempt to bring us together, but he didn't." Then, on the following Monday and Tuesday, Kimmel claimed the MAGA gang was trying to capitalize on the murder and score political points. Kimmel received sharp criticism for suggesting the killer was a MAGA supporter when officials had already confirmed the suspect held leftist ideology.
Fox's Chanley Painter, two police officers in critical but stable condition the morning after they survived a shooting that left three other officers dead in York County, Pennsylvania, near Maryland. Attacked while they were serving a warrant.
I can confirm that the shooter is dead.
State Police Colonel Christopher Paris says he was killed by return fire. America's listening to Fox News.
We all know the importance of good daily habits, whether it's getting your steps in, stretching those limbs, or eating right. Doing it on the regular is key. That's why if you're dealing with everyday aches and pain, it's time to bring Relief Factor into your routine. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a special formula of 4 natural ingredients. Relief Factor doesn't just mask pain, it helps reduce or even eliminate it. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So call 1-800-4-RELIEF and try their 3-week quick start for only $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Simply call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're having pain, don't let it keep you from living the life you want. Make Relief Factor part of your daily routine. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Subaru of Gwinnett. You'll love the difference. The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Tug and Los on Friday Eve. Thank you for being here. 44741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms. Gosh, where do we begin? Do we begin with Antifa being designated a terrorist organization? Good news.
Interesting, considering what the courts have said in the past, that you cannot designate a domestic terrorist organization as a terrorist organization, but they fit all the mold.
I'm telling you, man, they check every freaking box.
Every box.
So how that'll play out is going to be interesting, but I'm so glad they did it.
And I only point this out because we tried this in 2020 when what they were doing around American cities, the Trump administration 1.0 said that's a terrorist organization. Maybe now in the wake of assassinations and some of the other mayhem that's been caused, maybe now the court system goes, hey, maybe you guys were right the first time.
It wouldn't be the first time that somebody has been put on notice because they got it so wrong about the Trump administration in the first go-round.
Is that not the nature of our government, that we can change things on the fly as need be, as there's an evolution of society? Mm-hmm. Do you not need more proof?
Dude, I know, there's the letter of the law, and I get all that. When you see Antifa do what Antifa does, how can you even argue? It's so freaking clear.
Well, you see, they identify as a mostly peaceful organization.
Yeah, but that's the problem.
The organization, and that's the problem, it is a loose affiliation of groups. There is no central head. Mm-hmm. There is no, there's the leader. Mm-hmm. It's an affiliation of Marxist groups. And so when you get the federal government who tries to say this is a terrorist organization, They'll be like, well, who's the head of it? Well, there's not really that. Instead, these people are able to, like, so in a similar way what happened in Texas. You had this loose affiliation of people that are together online, that are Antifa-oriented, who decided, let's go to an ICE facility and let's go cause some problems.
On July 4th.
And before you know it, one person brought a rifle, ends up shooting a police officer, did survive, and now it's 14 people that have to be rounded up, and a good amount of them are like, I don't know that person.
Mm-hmm.
But they're a loose affiliation of Antifa-oriented people.
That's exactly right, man. I think in situations like this, you have to be able to be flexible and move in a way that gets the job done, taking care of the American public because of what chaos has caused, whether it's on July 4th or whether it's just an average day in Seattle or Portland. Those people are causing mayhem, causing violence. That's what terrorists do. They want people to live in fear. And they've done a good job, and I understand what you're saying. I know all that, and understand it. It just doesn't change the fact that we have to do something about them, and I'm glad the Trump administration is trying to do that.
Well, that's the question, because we've already had the system that we've brought up where you and I looked at each other and said, well, I'm not a terrorist. What do I have a problem with the Patriot Act? And it went too far.
Mm-hmm.
We started having surveillance of Americans. It was a regular encounter, knowing what you were interested in, knowing what your buying patterns were, and everything else that went along with it. So now it's turned into, all right, we do have a problem. Domestic terror groups are a problem. They are getting more violent as they're getting further left, as they're buying more into communist revolution. What do you do to infiltrate? What do you do to deal with them? And so this Charlie Kirk assassination now opens up that Pandora's box of, can we make sure we don't go far enough while also doing the investigation needs to be done?
Yeah, dude, it's a tightrope, and I'm in favor of.
Well, you know what the problem is, Tug?
What's that?
And I'm sorry to interrupt you.
You're good, dude.
But it's really about whose ox is being gored. The old country term.
Yeah.
Because this administration looks at Antifa groups as being the enemy, and we've now seen blood on their hands. This is what they do. The previous administration looked at you showing up at your school board as the enemy.
Yeah.
Now, if you give them all the same tools.
Yeah, they'll use them.
Yes.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. And that's why I say it's a tightrope. You have to be very careful. Got to do things the right way. However, I don't believe you can just allow these Antifa terrorists just to run wild like we have for the last 5 or 6 years at least.
Oh, definitely.
If not more, maybe.
This feels like this grew out of when you had Occupy Wall Street, and then these people turned further into. And listen, there are parts of Occupy Wall Street that I didn't have a problem with. I didn't have an issue with them talking about, hey, considering that you're crashing the economy, how are you then handing out millions of dollars in bonuses that basically were taxpayer money?
I think everybody can understand that.
And then everything moved further left.
Yeah.
It skewed. You grabbed a group of people that, in my opinion, there were some things that they brought up that were legitimate gripes.
Sure.
And then pushed them into, well, now get to be activists, okay?
Yeah.
Now be anti-fascists.
Doesn't it always seem like anytime somebody's got the tag or the title activist, there's something negative that goes along with it? Every time I see activists, and especially even with conservatives, when I see people say he's a conservative activist, I'm like, I don't like that word, man. I don't like that. That word always carries negative connotation to me.
Well, you know what it means? You're not holding political office.
Right.
Is what it really comes down to. It becomes easier to refer to Tug as a conservative activist. Mm-hmm. You're not seeking public office. Right. You're doing a radio show where you talk about things that are important to you. In fact, we have the situation where we're going to have a guest coming up on Friday, and this was part of some of the activism within our own community. We talked about, hey, there's going to be a special election coming up next week, and not a lot of people are paying attention to it. And how important is it to make sure that the Republican holds that seat? And I think it was Odie at the time.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm trying to remember who the caller was.
That's right.
Who brought that up. We said, if you want to focus focus your energy in a good place, you focus your energy on beating these people at the ballot box. What happens? We get reached out to a Georgia Republican group. They say, hey, we'd like to get Jason on with you guys. We said, let's do it.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Now, is that activism? Is that trying to make sure? And that's where I would say it's like, again, you're right. It's used as a term to mar.
Dude, every time I hear activist, it just makes me feel uneasy.
But we helped in 2024 turn people out to an election. So I still like the fact that you and I have a small role in this activism of trying to make sure that people know what's going on and then get active.
Let's come up with a different name. Yeah, I don't like that word.
Well, I mean, I think it means action, right?
Right. No, I get it all, dude. I understand.
Charlie Kirk was an activist.
I know
very much so.
I know he was. But it's only been in the last probably few years at least that there's been the word activist attached to conservative. It's always been a leftist. It's always been a Democrat.
It's always been, well, he is a loudmouth conservative, where on the other side they're a trans activist.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Exactly.
They're a global warming activist.
Yeah, that's right. And every time it was tied to some leftist cause.
He's a loudmouth conservative. Yeah. He's inflammatory.
You could say the same thing about the word protest. I mean, 30 years ago, a protest, okay, that's a bunch of people holding signs. Maybe they're going to chant something, whatever. Yeah. The first thing that comes to mind after 2020 now is
set the city on fire.
Bar the doors.
Burn the place down. That's right. Put boards over the windows like it's a daggum hurricane coming through. Like you had to do at your house, man. When the hurricane was going, you had to board them up.
Board it up. Get it ready.
Stay inside. Make sure the magazines are all loaded.
Every time I hear protests, every time I hear activists, I don't like any of those words. But anyway.
Can we hit the other elephant in the room?
Big one that Jimmy Kimmel was taken off the air. It started with Nexstar, which is
it's like a syndicator, right?
Exactly, yeah. And they had 32, I believe, ABC affiliates across the country, and they said, too far, we are going to preempt that show. And that was the first movement we saw yesterday evening, probably about 6 o'clock, and then by 7 or 8, ABC had stepped in and said, we're done with this. We're going to indefinitely suspend Jimmy Kimmel's show.
All right, I need to be as honest as I can about this, because I do recognize when there's a free speech debate, that's a legitimate debate that can go on. And I am not for curbing any sort of censorship.
Nor am I.
Now, here's the issue. Tug and I have lived in a world where there are FCC rules, laws, violations, things you run into. I can come and get in front of this microphone and I can give my opinions all day if I believe them to be true. But according to the FCC, I cannot mislead you knowingly. That's one of the giant issues as Tug and I, and also Jeray too, because Jeray, for everyone who wants to know, Jeray's the most important person in the room. Because you're the only one every morning who signs a legal document.
Well, I'm the last line of defense.
Right. Jeray every morning signs a legal document saying, here's what we're playing, here's where it's going to be. Tug and I don't do that. Jeray has to sign his name every day to a legal document that he's wholeheartedly executing what he's promised, not just the advertisers, but also the community. This is what he's doing. We are not allowed to come on this radio show and say, North Korea has just started bombing, get ready. Right now, Atlanta's being...
bunker down.
Right.
Hunker down.
That is irresponsible.
That's right.
And so Jimmy Kimmel, to an extent, misled his audience. And if it was not in the situation where we've now seen political violence based on misinformation, that is exactly why it's there for the FCC. That's why you had these companies decide we're not airing this stuff anymore.
Yeah, I think ABC and Disney, who owns ABC, wouldn't have done anything had the Nexstar stations not put their flag in the ground. They're saying, we as a company, he does not represent our values. He does not represent the things that we believe to be true, and we believe that he misled. We're planting our flag. We're not airing that show. And that prompted ABC to go, oh, no.
Jimmy Kimmel could have gone on the air and said that he wholeheartedly disagrees with everything that Charlie Kirk brings up. He could have said that there were points that Charlie Kirk made that he found to be personally offensive. He could have gone down any of those roads and then said, but here's the information we have on the killer. And now it's a discussion. he basically pushed it on like, well, they're trying to make it out to be a non-MAGA person. It's a MAGA person. Now, all the information. Yeah, let's cue it up. This is what he tried to say.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half-staff, which got some criticism.
All right. I mean, reason why he did it is because he tried to associate it falsely to a political movement that once you have all the cards laid out on the table, when the DA gives you the information and says this was a politically motivated murder, when you go through what this person's political ideology is, it's Antifa, man.
It didn't match anything that a Republican or a conservative would say,
activist,
do or be a part of.
Involved loosely with Antifa online groups.
And he knew it.
And yes.
And he knew
and
it.
he knows how damning it is. Here's the problem that the left has. The reason why they're lying to you. The reason why when you look at the poll numbers and Democrats like, well, we're not really sure.
Yeah.
It's because if you were to tell the truth on this, it is hastening the end of the Democrat Party as a major party. The amount of Democrats who have left this party, not because of the murder of Charlie Kirk, not just because of the assassination, it's the response
That's right.
to the assassination.
And the disgust that they felt, the embarrassment that they felt being connected to the party that is out there celebrating.
So Jimmy Kimmel decides to use a national platform to go lie to the American people, which, again, the FCC, in the interest of holding on to your license, you can be wrong in the moment if this is your opinion. He gave it out as absolute fact.
Yeah. And he never said, it's my opinion that it was a MAGA terrorist that did this.
He said, this is who this person is.
Who this, and they are trying to run away from it. They are desperately trying to pretend that it's not. And then you look at the facts and you're like, dude, there's no way you don't know what is really happening.
Like, for instance, every single morning as we've been covering this story, and I tell you about GAMPS, and I tell you about the Groyper, and I tell you about these movements and what's going on online. And we can talk about Twitch and Discord and Reddit. How many times have I said this is coming out of Reddit in the last several weeks?
Gosh, dozens.
I was like, this is coming out of your Mother Jones message boards, your Reddit information. I'm laying this stuff out for you. Part of the reason why we're doing that is that you know where this stuff all originates and that we're basically giving you the paper trail so that if I'm wrong about something, I can tell you this was my opinion based on this.
Here's where I got the information. Here's why I believe it to be so. That's right.
I am not, and in this case, a lot of times, because it's accurate, it becomes malinformation to the other side. Los is telling the people, well, we don't want them to know.
That's right.
From malinformation. It's true, but we don't want them to know
it. That's right.
It makes the left look bad.
Man, how many people, though, are being targeted? I mean, there's a list, dude. I've seen lists that leftists have said, hey, here's our next targets. Now, whether they're involved in anything or they're just having a wish list, I don't know, but it's disturbing and disgusting.
Scott Pressler ended up retweeting what could only be perceived as a threat that, hey, you're next.
That's right.
Now, keep in mind, you're going to have a lot of windbags out there that are who are crazy passionate about their politics, who are going to use this as the moment of just being like, hey, remember here, Republican.
Yeah.
Look what we're doing to y'all.
Don't you know?
The gross part about that is Scott Pressler is not some sort of Charlie Kirk, get in your face, talk about what's going on. He is a gay man who tries to register people to vote.
That's him. That's who he is.
That's what he does.
That's what he does.
He is a gay man who registers people to vote. Now, first off, the left hates that because they're like, wait a minute, why aren't you on our side?
Yeah, you're in the box. You're in our box.
What do you mean? You're not supposed to be on that side.
That's right.
And Scott Pressler makes it a point to register as many people to vote Republican as possible. And that then makes him a target.
Dude, these people
are violent. These people are anarchists. These people need to be dealt with, and you need to make sure that you keep power from these people.
I don't know that that the mainstream Democrat, because we didn't get into Jeff Duncan the other day because he's an opportunist. He sees a hole in the Democrat Party.
There's a lot of that.
Yeah, that's what I see out of him. I don't know that I think he is a Antifa-aligned person. I don't believe that about him. And I don't believe he's a hard left guy, which is going to make it very difficult for him to ascend in the Democrat Party because they're going to look at him as a Republican.
You better start singing the songs. That is going to be the challenging moment for anyone on, let's say Jeff Duncan is the perfect Democrat moving forward for their movement, which is, I'm a former Republican, feeling kind of Democrat, trying to look to center the message. The rest of the party is going to look at you as like, you're not.
They're just going to see him as a Republican. That's what I'm saying. They're going to see him as nothing more than maybe Republican light, but Republican.
You better hammer and sickle that thing and be like, come on, comrades.
That's right.
Workers of the world unite. Let's go.
Can you imagine a Republican from Cumming carrying the hammer and the sickle trying to get elected in the Democrat Party? It's absurd.
I'm not suggesting it to you, Jeff.
No, it's a terrible idea, but that's what, if you want to get elected.
If you want to get their attention.
That's what you're going to have to do. God, what a knucklehead. There's those days you just want to knock on his forehead and be like, dude, are you paying attention? Are you in there? Good Lord. Anyway, 6 o'clock hours brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett. When we come back, the violent leftist groups being investigated by the FBI and if they had any connection to the Charlie Kirk assassination. We'll discuss it next on Extra.
Listen to the Morning Extra, The Kimmer Show, Neil Bortz, and all your favorite Extra 106.3 personalities whenever you want with the all-new Extra app. It's anytime show replays, all your favorite podcasts, and the latest political news from across Georgia. Download the Extra 106.3 app now for Apple or Android.
Hey, good morning. It's Los. Let's talk about Honest Car Guy, honestcarguy.com. I had a friend of mine who asked me the other day, he said, man, I heard that spot. 2 questions. 1, so your daughter's going to be driving soon? And number 2, what's the deal? I was like, okay, very good. Thank you. Yes, first off, driver's ed starts in December. I'm very concerned. But that also means that I need to add another vehicle to my home. That's coming around the corner, and I'll be doing that with Tom, the Honest Car Guy. What makes this so unique? First off, Tom is a teacher. He's going to show you how the car buying process really works from dealership to dealership, how dealerships work with one another to get the bill of sale, the price they want on a particular vehicle. Once they get that vehicle, it's on the way to the dealership, and now the fees start. Every single fee that starts driving up the price of that vehicle. So when you see that beautiful vehicle in a showroom and you say, oh, well, that's a price, know that the dealership didn't pay that. They added on a bunch of fees, so they're going to make a whole bunch of money on it. This is what Tom is eliminating for you. All you have to do is give him the make and model of the vehicle that you want. Tom's going to go searching for it. Tom's going to get that bill of sale. He's going to tell you, here's what this vehicle is going to cost you. And all you owe on top of that is the honesty fee, the Honest Car Guy fee. That's it. You're going to save thousands of dollars in the transaction because you're not doing the traditional dealership game. Go to honestcarguy.com. That's honestcarguy.com. Or give Tom a call, 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME. The number 1.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Are home repairs piling up? Are you feeling overwhelmed? Relax. We've got you covered. From drywall dings and leaky faucets to deck repairs and trim replacement, we're your one-stop shop for everything for your home needs. No more juggling multiple contractors. Just call us at the Trusted Toolbox and we'll handle it. Your home deserves the best, and we don't want you breaking your back trying. Call the Trusted Toolbox today at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. The Trusted Toolbox, your one-stop shop for home repairs and more.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. Okay, you're driving along. Suddenly you hear that horrible sound of metal and crunching. It's an accident. Even if it's a little minor fender bender, man, that could be a nightmare. First, obviously, take care of yourself. But before you make a deal with an insurance company or anybody else, call David Van Sant with Van Sant Law. You know why? Because he used to work for the insurance company, so he knows how to get the right settlement and right away. Van Sant Law. Don't forget, if you don't get paid, they don't get paid. Protecting your interests. Insurance is great, but it's complicated. 855-GA-INJURY or vansantlaw.com.
Pete Davis here. Football is back, and Underdog is the best place to make picks and win money all season long. And the best part, you can play right now here in Georgia. Playing on Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, passing yards, interceptions, and more. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. And you can start with as little as $1. I play too. This season, I'm looking at Michael Penix Jr. to go higher on touchdown projections and Drake London to go higher on receiving yards. It's simple, it's fun, and it keeps me locked into every play. Download the app today and sign up with promo code 1063 to to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code 1063. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog, and you can be next. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Georgia. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/records and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/records.
It's September 18th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is Air Force Day, commemorating the establishment of the Air Force as a separate branch of the military in 1947. The Air Force can trace its roots back to the Civil War when they were first established at the Signal Corps, and their job was to provide visual communication from aerial balloons using flags or torches. President Harry Truman's signing of the National Security Act in 1947 has allowed the Air Force to push the boundaries of technology and become the swiftest tactical force within the military. Also on this date, in 1899, The Maple Leaf Rag by ragtime composer Scott Joplin was copyrighted by the U.S. Copyright Office. Also in 1947, the National Military Establishment began its first day of operations. We all know it today as the Department of Defense. If it's your birthday today, you share it with Hockey Hall of Fame coach Scotty Bowman, born in 1933. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Thursday, September 18th. A memorial service is being held today at Truist Park for Preston Fant, the DeKalb County firefighter who tragically lost his life in the line of duty on September 8th. Fant will lie in state from 1 to 2 p.m. Thousands of first responders are expected to attend the service. A funeral procession honoring Fant will travel through the city of Marietta at approximately 3:30 on I-75, North Marietta Parkway, and Whitlock Avenue. Drivers are encouraged to use alternate routes. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger announced he's joining the race for governor of Georgia. He'll campaign against Attorney General Chris Carr and Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones in the Republican primary. Jones has been endorsed by President Trump. Businessman Clark Dean is also running as a Republican. On the Democrat side, former Lieutenant Governor and Republican Jeff Duncan and former Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms are the most notable names. And a Kennesaw man was arrested for trying to poison his roommate with bug spray. The victim said he checked video after noticing a smell while cooking and saw his roommate spraying his food with Raid. The suspect was arrested and charged with aggravated assault. Today's weather mostly sunny with temperatures in the low 80s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
Do you want to go to the agitate, educate, and organize lecture? Would you like to join me in this?
You get the most interesting emails. I'm largely shielded by this stuff because I don't know if my email is as out there as yours is.
It's the Queer Resistance put on by Armed Queers of Salt Lake City. They're going to have this on the 27th, so 10 days from now, 5 to 6:30, 200 Central Campus Drive, Salt Lake City, Suite 293, which is known as the Unity Lounge. They're going to have a agitate, educate, and organize. Armed Queers want you to come and learn about the radical history of queer liberation movement.
You might be thinking that this is something to be mocked. These are hardcore socialist communists.
Oh, I don't. That's where you're wrong, man. I don't.
No, I know you don't. I know you get this. You read into the background. These people are capable of a lot of violence in the interest of their pursuits.
This organization is trained in Cuba. They talked about it. Before all their social media was taken down, they talked about going to Cuba and meeting with the communists there and being taught how to use Marxism and communism to bring down the United States of America. It is their stated goal. The woman that runs the armed queers of SLC, Salt Lake City, is an Iranian who has been praised by communist organizations and given all kinds of accolades for her activism and training. Now, that was before all that was taken down. But this is an actual meeting. Agitate, educate, and organize. The woman, you should see it, Lo. This is the picture.
She seems like fun.
She's
got an AK.
Yep.
She's sporting the Kalashnikov.
Yeah. And these people mean business. And that's why I feel like the FBI is investigating this organization specifically that we brought up, I don't know, 2 days ago at least.
Well, you wonder their connection to the shooter and then to the events that happened at Utah Valley.
Yeah, I do. And I think the FBI does too. I don't think people realize that this really exists. Because, you're talking about making light of it or whatever.
Yeah, but there are fringe groups out there that you
absolutely
do not get that they are being funded in the interest of destroying portions of America.
And that's the part that I hope the FBI gets to the bottom of. Who's paying for it?
Yes.
These people can't afford to go to Cuba. They were
financed by someone.
Have to be. They have to be. Is it George Soros? I don't know. I'm not alleging that. I don't know. But it has to be somebody like that.
But this is where we had the breakdown earlier this week, that there are these street communists, and that's who these people are. That's who shot and killed Charlie Kirk. These are your street animals, your street communists. They are largely getting advice, tactical advice, if not training, from people within, whether it's the FBI, CIA, other leftist organizations within our government. And they're then being financed by the billionaires, the people that are looking to have the one world government, globalists, communists, etc. Those NGOs that say we can use these people for what we're looking to do. That's the structure. It's so unbelievable that I think people have a hard time wrapping their minds around that there are organizations that are bent on the destruction of this country in any way possible. They just happen to see that these are the useful idiots that will help foster it.
Most people think of the American experience as baseball and apple pie. That's the way they've been raised to believe. I mean, the overwhelming majority of Americans see that. And when they see someone that tells you who they are, they're like, surely not. It can't be. Nobody's a communist. Nobody. That's been the joke for 100 years. I've brought it up. My father-in-law, anytime he doesn't like anything, he always says, oh, it's commie. This is real. Every
time you see someone on the street in Oregon, every time you see somebody, in Portland or Seattle, and they're in their black mask and they're playing revolutionary and they get punched in the face by a real man, and you see them get dropped and you're like, oh, okay,
collapse.
That's what they look like.
Yeah.
That's exactly the sort of person that shot Charlie Kirk.
That's right. Weakling.
Yes.
Weak-minded,
weakling,
everything about them weak.
Idiot. Now, remember, as we've talked about before, that doesn't make you dumb. This was a very sharp person.
Absolutely. Everything that I've read said he was a 4.0 student while he was at Utah Valley.
The useful idiot to the communists is somebody that they can use as their means to an end, and when they outlive their usefulness, they're the first ones to get put on the wall and get shot. That's the useful idiot. It's a means to an end, and that's what this person was.
The Iranian that runs armed queers for SLC, she is exactly what those people in the higher ups declare as a useful idiot, right? Because she's out there literally on the ground leading the army, leading these crazy people that hate everything about traditional America. They're the ones that talk about how they want to separate kids from their parents earlier so they can raise them non-binary. They can be a community person. They can be raised communally. And if they don't have the influence of two parents, they won't believe in a family structure. They won't believe in God. They'll put their belief in whatever it is that they're promoting, the communism. It's the saddest thing in the world. And the second saddest thing is that people don't realize that it's happening in America or in Georgia the DSA, the Democrat Socialists of America, are very active in Georgia, which is that it's hard to hear, man. It is so hard to hear, but it's happening.
Anna Paulina Luna, who, as we've established, not only would she be awesome to go to Waffle House with, she is very much into, I'll pull every thread to get to the end of whatever this conspiracy theory is or anything else. She's one of the people that pointed out, when it comes to armed queers, Salt Lake City, the person who represents them as the founder is also founder of another organization that is paid for by an American socialist businessman and the Chinese party, the Chinese government. So you wonder, are the Chinese also paying for this communist organization? That's the connection that's being made.
Would it surprise you whatsoever?
No, of course not, because it's destruction from within.
And the Cuban connection, I mean, there's just so many layers that make, and that's why I feel like there's more to this whole Charlie Kirk murder than just the one individual. I just feel like there has to be more. And I may be wrong on this, but that's my gut instinct, that there's so many people that are connected to it, funding it, preaching the communist gospel, if you will. Even if it's just as simple as that, Los. Like they got in this kid's ear and fed him so full of this leftist garbage.
Well, the founder of this organization is a trans person. This is trans violence.
The Iranian woman, man, whatever.
Yes.
I know, it's hard.
What do you say? It's just so confusing. I'm just trying to keep it all straight.
It is. Can you imagine? Like, we deal with it every day. Can you imagine what just everyday person trying to balance all that, trying to get it all right?
That's why it was so much easier for Kash Patel when he spoke with the media to just say partner.
Yeah.
It's just so much easier. But in this case, this particular person is a trans, and when it comes to advocating for communism and violence, this is why there's that connection that's going on right now that the FBI is looking into. Was the shooter, were their associates, were they part of this movement? And it is completely odd that they would delete all their social media once this occurred.
Because prior to, and people have screen grabbed so much of the stuff that they had, the videos, the posters, the quotes, the pictures. People have been able to grab it and let you look at it, let regular people look at it, so you have an idea of how deep this is in the United States of America. And if that's one group, there's no telling how many more. There's no telling how many more just like that are doing the same type of things. It's almost like I feel like McCarthy a little bit, because I feel like I'm always talking about communists.
Well, the challenge is going to be, as we get into what's going to be the next evolution of this. Like, we knew if you wanted to keep the homeland safe, you had to go overseas, and we had to use our men and women in the military as targets. You're not fighting in our backyard, we'll go fight in yours. And that's largely what Afghanistan most notably turned into. All right, what happens when your biggest threat, as we heard from the Democrats for years, was domestic terrorism, and as they were saying, white supremacy? It's not white supremacy. Mm-hmm. It is not. Your biggest threat is the communist threat from within. So how do you then track down all these organizations, and what do you do to them? Because remember, we do have free speech.
Absolutely you do.
So you're waiting for them to turn violent. You know, that makes it very difficult to try and get a hold of this thing unless you can start charging people with like conspiracy charges.
And the crazy thing is that there has to be another Charlie Kirk to act or something similar.
There has to be more violence.
To actually act on this, or at least the planning of it.
I mean, do you ever think to yourself how ridiculous it was that the FBI had to create an entrapment situation for Gretchen Whitmer to then basically take two guys and be like, hey, we took them off the table.
Yeah.
It turns out when it all came around, it was the FBI who basically, hey, why don't you guys do this? You know, if you do this is a really good idea.
You're going to be heroes.
So why don't you kidnap her? And then it was like, surprise, we're the FBI. There's actual real violent groups. You don't have to invent them. You don't.
No, there are plenty of them out there, and we're learning more and more.
The Stop Cop City protesters. I mean, just earlier this week, they announced the RICO charges are gone.
Real violent groups. They actually exist.
Do you think it's people just don't want to believe it? Or they choose not to look at it?
I think they choose not to look at it. I'm right there. I think that's where it is. Like what goes on in Portland and what goes on in those areas of the country in the Pacific Northwest, we look at it as long as that's their problem.
But Stop Cop City was
our problem in our backyard.
What is that, 20 miles from us where we live? 30 miles, maybe?
These were people who had talked about, we're just playing music. We're going to a concert. You showed up in like riot gear and shields to try and light an establishment on fire because it was planning on doing a better job of training our police officers in this area.
Which was what was asked for by the community. That was
like, let me get this straight. A center that is responsible for de-escalation of police and civilian events, and you decided you had to burn it down.
Because they don't want de-escalation. That de-escalation doesn't help with the revolution.
It's a problem. 100%.
And you just got to be, you have to be realistic, I think. Understand that I'm not saying you should spend every day dwelling on the issues and the groups out there, but you have to know it exists. You have to let it set in that we are up against a leftist revolution in the United States. They are trying to cause revolution in the United States. They would love for the United States to fall. They would love to take your Second Amendment away. They would love to take your First Amendment away. And they'll do anything to do that. It does not matter. They will not let any one person stand in their way or any group stand in their way.
Discussion is the danger for them.
Which is what Charlie Kirk was a king of. He was the master of discussion.
If you are deprogramming people, or at least having them ask questions about the programming that they're receiving on a regular basis, that's the danger. That's the Walter White at their door. That's what they have zero interest in. They want you to sit back, believe in their ideology, take in their programming. Let's see how many of these mindless drones we can create.
And act on it if necessary. Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Xtra at Extra 106.3. Dude, you need to put that shoe back on.
Don't you look away at this. You look at your destroyer.
Dude.
You look at this foot.
Los' toes look like he's been in jail for a month.
Like I broke one of them, and it looks like all of them broke.
Good Lord. How a white liberal woman raises her kids, and no wonder the world's in the shape it is in when you hear this woman. And this is from a few months ago. Probably a few months ago. But it really gives you some insight into a liberal mama's home. Next on Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan and driven to Extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, September 18th. It's an off day for the Atlanta Braves after a 9-4 win yesterday afternoon to close out their series in D.C. against the Nationals. The Braves will be back in action Friday night as they continue the road trip as they move on to Detroit to take on the Tigers. From the NFL, Week 3 in the league begins tonight as the 2-0 Buffalo Bills will host the 0-2 Miami Dolphins in an AFC East divisional matchup. The Bills are a rather large 11.5-point favorite for this game tonight on Thursday Night Football. As for the Falcons, they'll be in Charlotte this weekend. They take on the Carolina Panthers. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Is doing HVAC work hard? Yeah. Physically demanding. You got to, be able to solve some complex problems. Just think about it. If you had to do it, like your HVAC goes down in the middle of the summer and you don't have any AC, or in the middle of the winter and you don't have any heat, and you got to figure this thing out. Yeah, if you're not trained for it, things are not going to go well. You're not going to be able to get this thing up and running. And I'm not above doing things on your own, man. Do the best you can. But when it comes to your HVAC, I'm thinking leave it to the pros at Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Chuck and his team been servicing Atlanta HVAC for, 78 years now. And it seems real. It seems like something made up that you could do it for that long. But they are a second-generation, locally owned company in Atlanta. And there's not many of those left. Many have been, bought out by, big companies. And now they'll keep the local name because they want you to believe that it's still a local company, even though it's not. Chuck and his team, when you call them, you can speak to Chuck. He's in the office every day, and you'll actually speak to somebody when you dial 770-GET-HEAT. You'll speak with somebody. You won't be sent into automation Hades where you get sent here and there and then have to tell your story twice or three times. They're going to figure out what you need done, send somebody out, and get it done, taken care of. HVAC is hard work. Chuck and his team are not afraid of a little hard work. They'll keep you up and running with a maintenance agreement, repairs, or if you need to replace, they are your Atlanta Carrier experts. You can call them at 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com.
A born leader never rests. The GLE SUV continues to advance its legacy with intuitive technology, rich refinement, and all-hybrid power, including a plug-in model. From safety to style, leadership is a GLE family value. Get an exceptional offer on the 2025 Mercedes-Benz GLE 350 SUV. Just $759 per month for 36 months with $62.13 due at signing. Exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this vehicle and many other models during the RBM of Atlanta's fall sales event, now through September 30th. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta, Sandy Springs through September 30th, 2025. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon Law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit us at rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Retirement means different things to different people. Some folks want to travel the world. Some folks want to spend more time with grandkids. For me, I'm looking forward to spending more time with my guitar. Whether extravagant and robust or simple and cozy, every retirement needs a plan. You wouldn't take a trip without directions. You have to know where you are before you know where you're going. Master Plan Retirement Consultants have helped many like you plan for their own retirement. Not only does Master Plan help you create the roadmap, they join you on the journey. So whether you want to travel the world, become a pickleball champ, or just looking for a good porch, a sturdy rocking chair, and an acoustic guitar, remember to plan well because the destination is worth it. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
September is Fan Appreciation Month at Truist Park, and you don't want to miss out as the Nationals and Pirates come to town September 22nd through the 28th. Fans can look forward to the Ronald Acuna Jr. bobblehead giveaway presented by Truist, Los Bravos Night powered by Georgia Power, the Kids Club Appreciation Party, and so much more, with tickets starting at just $7. There's a great seat no matter your budget. Head to Braves.com/promos for all the details. Atlanta Braves baseball, we are Braves country.
When I first started using a CPAP, getting supplies and equipment was a horrible hassle. It pretty much stayed that way until I discovered CPAPsetcetera.com. Same-day shipping on anything you might need, including travel CPAPs, hoses, masks, you name it. Same-day shipping. CPAPsetc.com or visit their store in Alpharetta. So easy, and you could be preserving your health and saving your life.
Promises made, promises kept. The president is making the economy great again. He's securing the border for America's safety, and the mainstream media still wants to tear him down.
The media wants Donald Trump to fail. That's their goal. That's how they'll report his progress.
But we know the truth, and we give you the perspective that other stations won't. Atlanta's only conservative voice is Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra. Los, if you told your daughters, hey, I got the best news ever.
It's free ice cream for everybody. All the time.
Exactly.
Best news ever.
Exactly.
They would say, is there popcorn, Dad? I'd be like, there's
Exactly.
popcorn too. And they would be like, yeah!
Let's go!
Dad, it's Christmas!
That's right, exactly. That's what normal kids do, but not in a liberal white woman's home.
No.
I want you to hear.
They're the danger.
Buddy, aren't they ever? I want you to hear. This woman captured this and then shared it as if it's like a badge of honor. She said, I have the best news ever. You have to listen to the response of her children. Not like Los's daughters. Did they say, oh my gosh, everybody getting ice cream? Nope. They had a different reaction. Listen.
I have the best news ever.
What? Donald Trump died?
Second best news.
The vice president died?
Okay, third best news.
That Elon Musk died?
Okay, no. Nobody died. My best friend's getting married.
Which one is it?
Taylor Swift! Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce got engaged!
So you can tell this has been, a few months back, but it gives you an insight. It is so vivid on how this woman is raising her kids. I have the best news ever. Donald Trump died. The vice president died. Elon Musk died. They started with death 3 times. These are little girls, probably about the same age as your daughters, Los.
If I was to say I have the best news ever, the first thing my kids are going to jump into is, did you buy steak?
Yeah, right. Are we going on vacation?
Right. Is it Disney?
Yes, that's right. That's what normal kids do.
It's not going to be your first idea.
Die?
Did Donald Trump? You have to be raising the weirdest kids in the weirdest place.
God, it's so alarming to know that is what is guiding those young little minds.
Now, I will tell you on the other end of this, I was reading a story over the weekend. Since the Charlie Kirk assassination, you know who's buying up the handguns? Suburban moms. They're the ones that are recognizing, hey, that Second Amendment's pretty important to the First Amendment.
Yeah.
I'm willing to bet this woman doesn't have any of those relationships. She doesn't have any of those feelings when her kids have been inundated with this sort of propaganda.
This is a grown woman who's obsessed with the life of Taylor Swift. That's her obsession.
I've seen this before. I've seen how this plays out with some of them.
Dude, how lost do you have to be?
Taylor's our icon.
Dude, but I like
she
Taylor.
Fights back.
I like Taylor Swift just fine. I mean, she's really talented.
It's fine.
Dude, I'm a music fanatic, for a lack of a better word. I don't have any idea what the artists do in their personal time, usually. I have no idea. And to be honest, I don't care. Like, I just don't, I'm not that into it. And I listen to music from the time I get up till the time I go to bed.
If my 14-year-old was to come upstairs and say, Dad, I have the best news, my first response is, are they cutting the interest rates further?
Did they find proof of UFOs?
Yes. Tim Burchett says yes. So
you wait.
Found out who built the pyramids?
You wait.
Yes, that's what.
Yes, it's not going to be, tell me so-and-so died. No.
What? That hurts my soul, man. It really does.
It's very dark.
Actually, no, for you it'd be Cowboys won the Super Bowl?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, don't lie to me.
right. But,
you know better.
Don't lie to me.
Yeah. If it were the best news ever, that might be a response, But the president is dead. The vice president is dead.
And then
Elon Musk is dead. How much vitriol in normal, everyday discussion has to go on in that house for those two children, look to be about 8 and 10, 6 and 8, somewhere around in there, for them to immediately go to that?
Let me tell you what's going to happen. It's Oracle Atlanta. I'm getting that signal. It's like I must explain what's going to happen. You don't have any recent posts with this woman. And what's going to happen, what has happened, is those kids at school, because of the response that the youth has had to Charlie Kirk's assassination, they showed up to school and they started seeing what the response was and seeing what their classmates were saying. That was probably the first time in their lives they found out just how insane their mother is.
Yeah.
When everyone else, because they showed up thinking like, Charlie Kirk's dead. See, that's what Mom would have wanted.
Yeah, she's celebrating it at home.
And then when they started to hear from their friend group, and they started to go, oh my God, how crazy is Mom? These things we were taught as absolutes, as the most important, the biggest, best news, and to know that it is so outside the realm of normal thinking. Not even just normal, just acceptable thinking within this country, that the value of life is extremely important to most every person out there.
This will make the next step even more alarming when I share with you that this woman is a preschool teacher.
Well, awesome.
Who wants their children around a woman like that that's so vile, that has no value on life that I can tell? And she's married to a U.S. Army colonel. She tells her daughters, best news, video. and they bring up death and destruction. That is where liberal women are in 2025. That should make you want to run away from any when you're in the neighborhood and you're like, oh, it's that lady. She's a crazy lefty loony. You can only imagine the discussions that go on in the kitchen.
Everyone knows. Again, she's not on camera.
She's putting her kids on camera.
Everyone knows those kids in the neighborhood, and everyone in her neighborhood is talking about how crazy she is.
Yes, that's right. Yeah,
and you know that military officer husband of hers is going, please stop posting.
Yes,
we had a little bit of the information. I don't think we ended up playing it, but it was a woman who her husband and her run like a tire company, like a local tire company in town. Or no, sorry, it was an electrician company. And she went online and posted to apologize, but she never really apologized for what she did when it came to Charlie Kirk. And you know her husband was there just shaking his head, just saying, like, just say you're sorry. Just say there's a reason why they're not calling. Okay? Right. They won't use you have decided to sink our family business because of your politics. Just say you're sorry. And she could not get around to it. How she was justified, what she got a little bit wrong. Yeah. But here's the reason why I was like, just say you're sorry.
This is a bigger problem in that way of thinking, that liberal world, because it's the same thing that Jimmy Kimmel was asked to do. Just go say you're sorry, man.
Just say,
and we'll move on.
I misstepped here.
Wouldn't do it. Would not do it. And now you got libs screaming.
We got to get more into Kimmel top of the hour.
Yeah, no doubt. Because there's so much there. So much meat on that bone. When we continue, a leftist group under FBI investigation says violence, what's necessary? Next on Extra.
Live and local news talk continues at 3 p.m. with Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. It's the Kimmer Show, only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
I support PragerU because they're doing something extraordinary. They're preserving American history in digital form. You probably know how much I care about preserving truth. History means a lot to me, even more so fighting for what is right. It's a core value of mine. That is why I support PragerU. Like modern-day clay pots, they're safeguarding the truth. Truths that have been hidden away in our classrooms so our children and now grandchildren can be indoctrinated with progressive ideals to destroy our republic. PragerU videos reach millions of people every single day, especially young people. And they're changing minds at scale, and I've seen it. I've talked to the kids. I've talked to my kids about it. It works. I would like to invite you to be a part of this. Nobody else can do this. Nobody else is doing this, and it's working. Together, we can give America's kids the truth they deserve. If history in the classroom matters to you, would you help PragerU? If you want to make an impact on the next generation, go to PragerU.com/Glenn and donate. PragerU.com/Glenn. PragerU.com/Glenn.
This is House Call for Health. A major airline announces a new policy for passengers using wheelchairs. Southwest Airlines says beginning September 25th, flyers who use lithium-powered mobility devices will have to remove the batteries and carry them into the plane before the wheelchair is inspected. The new rule limits lithium batteries to 300 watt-hours or less. Southwest says the new policy is meant to limit onboard fire risks. The airline says the wheelchair's battery will not count as part of a passenger's carry-on baggage. Travelers with batteries over 300 watt-hours will have a grace period until January 11th to adhere to the policy. The FAA says there were 55 verified incidents of lithium battery events on flights in the U.S. this year through September 15th, though none were directly related to mobility scooters or wheelchairs. The policy change impacts less than 0.1% of Southwest customers. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Military Matters.
U.S.-Venezuela tensions are boiling over, and some fear could lead to a war. Venezuelan strongman Nicolas Maduro claims to have no contact with the Trump administration, but President Trump was blunt as he boarded Air Force One en route to the United Kingdom with a warning to Maduro.
Stop sending Tren de Aragua into the United States.
stop sending drugs into the United States.
On Truth Social, President Trump shared a Pentagon video showing another Venezuelan drug boat allegedly headed to the U.S. U.S. missiles blew up the boat, killing all on board in the third such extrajudicial killing. Maduro calls these military strikes aggression. Meanwhile, Secretary of State Marco Rubio told Fox the U.S. doesn't have a bounty on Maduro, but a reward for an indicted person.
He's not the president of Venezuela. That's the title he's given himself.
President Trump didn't rule out U.S. military strikes on mainland Venezuela or even ousting Maduro this week. For Military Matters at the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, vansantlaw.com.
From pomp to policy. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. President Trump has left Windsor Castle, where he got royal treatment and a state dinner with King Charles.
Together we've done more good for humanity than any two countries in all of history.
The president is now meeting with Britain's Prime Minister.
Keir Starmer, who is likely hoping that after yesterday's pomp and circumstance and pageantry, President Trump will be in the mood to accommodate more requests on both trade and security issues.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich in London. Also last night, President Trump posted on Truth Social that he will designate Antifa a major terrorist organization, calling it a sick, dangerous, radical left disaster. In another post, the president congratulated ABC for having the courage, he wrote, to take Jimmy Kimmel's show off the air. It was suspended indefinitely over Kimmel's comments about the Charlie Kirk assassination.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from.
Well, the Utah County prosecutors made public the suspect's text messages suggesting a leftist ideology and a hatred of Charlie Kirk. Some are coming to Kimmel's defense.
SAG-AFTRA issued this statement in support, defending the artists who, quote, have their right to express their diverse points of view. But Sinclair Broadcast Group and Nexstar Media Group, who both own and operate local ABC affiliates, condemn Kimmel's remarks as inappropriate.
Fox's Chanley Painter, we're learning more about Tyler Robinson, the suspected Kirk gunman, and his arrest.
Some information was provided about Tyler potentially having some suicidal ideations, was en route to a remote area of Washington County. The parents convinced him not to do that.
Sheriff Nate Brooksby says Robinson was quiet when he turned himself in. 3 police officers are being mourned in York County, Pennsylvania, killed while serving a warrant. 2 other officers are in critical but stable condition. The gunman was shot dead in return fire. America's listening to Fox News.
We all know the importance of good daily habits, whether it's getting your steps in, stretching those limbs, or eating right. Doing it on the regular is key. That's why if you're dealing with everyday aches and pain, it's time to bring Relief Factor into your routine. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a special formula of 4 natural ingredients. Relief Factor doesn't just mask pain, it helps reduce or even eliminate it. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So call 1-800-4-RELIEF and try their 3-week quick start for only $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Simply call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're having pain, don't let it keep you from living the life you want. Make Relief Factor part of your daily routine. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
What do you say to anyone who still doesn't understand America First? Tell the left now at 404-741-1230 on the Morning Extra.
Your calls are always welcome here at 404-741-1230, in case you missed that. At Extra 1063 across the social media platforms. A busy day of news. Here in a moment, I'm going to tell you about a violent leftist organization that says violence is what's necessary. I mean, these people are committed to their cause. And violence, if it causes that, if it's necessary, they will do it. They'll be violent. And,
Antifa right now is very bothered by what is going on, the backlash against them.
They're so scared. They've put out a memo to their group, their loose affiliations, saying that they're nervous that they've activated people that wouldn't normally be politically involved.
Yep. That we are getting such bad PR right now. Nothing is working. Like, well, it shouldn't.
Yeah.
You woke up Norma and Norm.
Yeah, old Norm.
All the normies are
all the regulars.
All the regular people that are like, hey, y'all hear about this Antifa? They're pretty bad.
Yeah. I mean, I thought they were just kind of in Seattle. I thought they were just kind of in Oregon. I don't know much about them, but now all of a sudden, I have a really, really good idea of who they are and what they do. And they've shared their fears. There is an Antifa cell, according to Andy Go. There's an Antifa cell that has an after-action report on the fallout, fearing the loss of ability to mark conservatives for death with no pushback. Huh. Imagine that.
Strange.
Yeah, seems odd. Especially as some apolitical institutions, groups, businesses now feel safer expressing sympathy for Charlie Kirk's family and his supporters. They feel like this has been a PR disaster. Their words, not mine.
Couple that with what we have going on now in the entertainment industry.
No kidding.
This is ground shaking.
It is.
That you're actually being held accountable for what is not just the politics of being dangerous, but now we're actually holding people accountable by law of what they're saying and what they're doing.
Words they're using, yeah.
Because Jimmy Kimmel is basically, he's done.
Yeah, he's toast.
That's essentially, he's done. And the reason why he's done is because, and you forget about this, we deal with the FCC as well here. You don't deal with the FCC on MSNBC or CNN or Fox News. It is strictly about what is being broadcast over public airwaves. And one of the things it's very clear within the FCC, you are not allowed to put out misinformation, misleading information you know to be false that goes against the public good. That's exactly what Jimmy Kimmel was doing. So you can talk about free speech all you want. And I'm saying, at home, post it, put it on YouTube, do whatever you want. I can also do the same thing. I can go home and say whatever I want to about anything. But when I'm in these walls, I am subject to what is considered not just in good taste for Dickey Broadcasting, but what is, according to the FCC, what I'm allowed to say.
And the good taste thing is important, too. Because you have the right to say anything you want, but your employer doesn't have to employ you after you've said those things. Action, reaction. They don't owe you anything. They don't owe you freedom of speech. The government owes you freedom of speech. The federal government of the United States owes you freedom of speech. Dickey Broadcasting doesn't owe it. ABC doesn't owe it. No, Domino's Pizza doesn't owe it. They do not owe you a job. When you say whatever's on your mind that your First Amendment allows, when they hear it, their reaction is completely their own. They don't owe you anything.
So when the push becomes, and you're going to hear this over at the water cooler, when I'm on fall break, I'm sure I'm going to hear this from somebody that I'm going to run into. When someone brings up with you, well, what about free speech? You have a very simple response. Free speech is, again, just as Tug's telling you, between you and your government. When it comes to what Jimmy Kimmel was putting out there, which is just an outright lie. It's an outright lie based on the information to the community. What a company decided. What was it? What was the name of the one with
Nexstar, I believe.
Nexstar.
And Sinclair Broadcasting. Those are the two big ones.
Nexstar decided that according to their, again, FCC guidelines, FCC rules, FCC laws, that according to what they perceived as the public good, what Jimmy Kimmel was doing was against it. And so they pulled him from their 32.
And that caused an avalanche at ABC. ABC goes to Kimmel, says, you got to go on and apologize. He says, no way. They pull the plug on the show altogether.
How, and you can say this is about Donald Trump or the administration, how do these far left loons keep melting down in this atmosphere? Because you and I, we've done a show during the Biden administration. I talked about ways to keep your head down. I talked about ways that you don't fight back, but this is how you beat these people. By bringing sunlight. It's the best disinfectant. You bring up what is actually going on. And yet we skated through all that. And we are, as far as the one conservative, we are like the only local conservative station in the entire Southeast.
That's right.
A lot of people will air syndicated stuff. We're one of the only ones that actually gives you original programming. We are a target. And yet, we played according to the rules. We played according to the FCC. And so we never put our head in a place where it'd be on the chopping block.
And I think that just comes with going back to common sense, knowing what is acceptable and what's not. Understanding, okay, here's what I know about the story, and I'm going to give you that. And then here's my opinion about the story. This is what I think. And if one day I'm told, hey, you can't, we're not, that's not what we do here, then I will be on my way because I won't be, that's the way I function, right? I'm going to give you what I know, and then I'm going to give you my opinion on it. Jimmy Kimmel, he gave you things that weren't true at all, knowing it. He took it to the air knowing it to be false after the DA and the governor had already told you and already told me, already told Jimmy.
And also published the text messages.
Everything was out in front of him. Jimmy said, I don't care. I'm going to go to my audience and feed them red meat.
I'm going to tell you that this is a MAGA person.
This is what I'm going to do. And because of that, Nexstar pulls back.
Does that make you ever think about within that tunnel of messaging, within that atmosphere where they all spent from Friday, Saturday, Sunday telling each other that this person was so far right that they looked at Charlie Kirk as not being far right enough, and that's why they killed him, which was a total BS.
Yeah, it's a complete lie.
Complete lie. By the time that you actually found out Saturday afternoon, wait a minute, he's got a boyfriend, girlfriend? Yeah, no, he's living with a woman who has a penis. And he has had this relationship going for this amount of time. And here were the concerns that both sets of family members had because of how dark and how twisted their ideology had become. Once all that hit, that made the Groyper stuff and the far right stuff all go out the window. And yet, a guy like Jimmy Kimmel clung to it.
Knowing it.
Like an old man. This was the last download I got, so this is what I've got to go on.
Knowing. He knew it. And yet, if you were watching, he wanted you to believe otherwise. He knew what he was doing and did it. Trying to damage one political party while uplifting the one, his preferred party.
And keep in mind, had Jimmy Kimmel done that on CNN, there's no problem here. Had he done that on MSNBC, there's no problem here. When you do it on an FCC-regulated network, an over-the-air broadcast network, and you take outright lies that we can now associate to being part of what it was an assassination of Charlie Kirk. Remember, Charlie Kirk wasn't murdered for things that he said. He was murdered for things he didn't say that they've associated to him. So when Jimmy Kimmel continues that line, it's destructive, and at least you now have other syndicators saying this is not good.
Yeah, we can't.
For our political discourse, that you're just outright you're using lies to further your political beliefs.
Over on MSNBC and CNN, they were saying that words are violence, and that's the reason Charlie Kirk got killed.
No, you're welcome to visit violence upon somebody who uses words as violence.
That you don't like or you don't support.
Certainly a convoluted and very violent way of thinking.
They didn't like his freedom of speech, and they were okay with him being killed for it. And they celebrated it. In many cases, many of the people on those networks. Yet the same group of people want you to go, well, Jimmy Kimmel, he's canceled because of his freedom of speech.
It's freedom of speech. And I will tell you.
Look at the stark contrast, though, of when they don't support freedom of speech and when they do.
Was there anything that Charlie Kirk has said, and I encourage anybody to bring up the audio, have fun with it. Tell me the part where he intentionally misled you.
He never did.
They're according to his beliefs.
That's right.
Now, were there moments where you go, oh, that's abrasive? Well, that's part of the discussion. If you want to talk about the destruction of a black family in the 1960s and the corresponding acts that did it so, it's because when Charlie Kirk tells you that before that period, the black family was probably better off, everyone's like, what do you mean? You can't say that. Well, why not? Let's have a discussion. Let's look at how many black families have been destroyed by this great society system that basically encouraged fathers to not be in the home by paying moms for being single and having more kids.
And more checks for more children. That continues today.
So this is the
yeah.
At no point was anything Jimmy Kimmel saying was a hypothetical discussion point. It was like, here's the absolute. They're MAGA.
Yeah. We know that's who he is. We know that's what he was. And now they're trying to run from it again.
He spoke in absolutes.
Reiterating the fact that the governor and the attorney general had already told you otherwise.
I mean,
that's why Jimmy doesn't have a job.
You had a problem with Charlie Kirk ever venturing down that there are people that sit in their positions of power and influence, and they probably didn't deserve to get there based on DEI hiring practices?
What was it? Was it Joy Reid?
Joy Reid was one of them that he pointed out as far as her, and it was because Joy Reid, when you go back and look at some of the Joy Reid stuff, Joy Reid was not able to adapt her game on the fly. Joy Reid was still doing race politics. And as other people have pointed out, Joy, the reason why you don't have a job and no network will pick you up is because race politics has largely become a turnoff. There's no interest and energy in the whole idea that you're a victim. And because of the large amount of the black population that has moved over to our side, Joy Reid and her ability to try and make people upset and angry, it's out of style. It's not working. She doesn't have anything other than that pitch. So it wasn't like Charlie Kirk was saying something about her that the marketplace hasn't proven. The marketplace has proven there's no place for you because you don't have anything different than just racial politics. It's the same thing with Jamel Hill. Yeah. Jamel Hill finds herself in very small places. Here's CNN. We'll let you do a couple days on the desk. Then we find out you got nothing. Jamel Hill was very fortunate to get to rise to a level that was all tied into 2020 BLM-oriented stuff. And when it fell out of favor, where is she? Not around.
Yeah.
Not an important factor.
I think, here it is. Joy Reid. I've been looking for this. CJ Pearson had shared it. Because Charlie Kirk brought up people being in places that they didn't earn because of the DEI thing. Does that mean everybody is a DEI hire? Of course not.
Which is why he pointed out individuals.
That's why he pointed out individuals. That's exactly right. Joy Reid, specifically, this is her words. I'm going to read you the quote that she said. I am DEI. Got into Harvard with affirmative action and Yale and Brown. So
if you claim it,
how can you be angry
when someone points it out?
When you yourself have declared this?
If you're saying this is the power that enabled me to get to a particular place, then don't be upset when somebody says the only reason you're in that place is because of said action that you already pointed out.
It's unreal, man. And
yeah, you know what it feels like? And this is to take it down a little bit of a different notch. It is like the woman who gets into place with the big boobs.
Oh, yeah.
And then she's upset because you noticed the big boobs.
Yeah, that's right. Loves wearing the low-cut shirt, loves the access, loves the attention, until she don't want the attention, and then she's mad about it.
You're only looking at my boobs. Well, that's how it got you here, right? I mean, that was part of it. I mean, you've pointed this out that this was. You better not point it out.
You wear this as a badge of honor.
You better not point this out.
Yeah.
You pig.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, I hate to reduce it down to something so simple for people to acknowledge, but Joy Reid says, here was my way in the door, but you better not notice.
You can't. You can't notice. I want to play this piece of audio really quick. It is the leader of the Armed Queers of SLC, Ermia Feniou.
Close enough. You did. That sounds great.
He is Iranian. Says violence. Listen to this. Violence is necessary.
Some people say that it takes a violent protest to get people to listen. Do you agree, or should they remain peaceful?
I agree. I absolutely agree. You know, I'm a member of the LGBTQ community, and our liberation and our rights came after the Stonewall riots. That's something that a lot of people don't like to talk about, is that, the LGBTQ movement started with Stonewall riots. I wouldn't even be able to be a student at this school if it wasn't for a violent riot that took place within a span of 3 days. So I absolutely agree that sometimes violent protests and really riots and those kinds of loud rebellions must take place for tangible change.
How about that? The woman, the man that identifies as a woman, says it's acceptable and necessary to achieve your political goals. Sometimes you just got to use violence, Los. It's just, unfortunately, it's got to do it. Just part of it, man. That's just, she says it so casually, like it is. Yeah, I held a sign up. Yeah, I posted something on social media. Yeah, I had to be violent. I had to kill somebody. I had to off somebody. So casual.
One, I'm a big fan of the founding of this country. I think it's one of the most interesting and unique stories that we have. Is it treason? Yeah. Is it a call to reject British rule and at some point turn violent? Yeah, 100%. At the same time, you look at what her advocation of violence is. It's not in the interest. She can be like, it's in the interest of our freedom, our right to exist. For trans people, because if you tell me that, and what we've now had is that you have trans people that refer to it as genocide. Oh my God, they're not allowing us puberty blockers. It's a genocide. They're saying we're mentally ill. It's a genocide. You're advocating for pure insanity. It's quite a bit different than the founding of a country, or if you're talking about some sort of level of gay rights. At some point, I'm going to need to align with the rest of the gay community and be like, listen, the T's are crazy. How do we get the T's out of here?
Well, I think there's a lot of gay organizations that feel
they're done with the T's.
Yeah, I mean, if you go through social media, Gays Against Groomers, there's many of those organizations that are like, that's not us.
Yeah, the T's are a problem.
And continue to be a problem.
And yet they still attach themselves to your
movement.
Political movement.
Yeah, right. Well, because it's been validated. It has validity, and the craziness that they're calling for, the overthrow of the United States of America. Well, that's not valid. It's the free beacon of the world. It's the hope of the entire world to live like the United States of America. And they're working, this organization specifically, working with the Cuban government. We know that. They are anarchists. They do everything they can to disrupt and cause you issue as an American citizen. When we come back on Extra 106.3, the character that is being played by Jasmine Crockett, next on Extra.
The Morning Extra, Neil Bortz, and The Kimmer Show are all online for you anytime at thepodcastpark.com. Plus all of Extra's exclusive podcasts like Ben Burnett, Janelle King, and so much more. All at thepodcastpark.com. Presented by Associated Credit Union.
Good morning, it's Los. Let's talk about True Prep. First off, 1000 Cobb Parkway in Marietta. I gave you some of the information that's been out since the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which first off made everybody at that True Prep facility extremely saddened by the entirety of the event. But what we've now seen off of that, suburban women, they are buying firearms at a rate that has been astronomical. Well, what I encourage you to do is, if you're looking to be in that business, go over to True Prep. First off, they're going to be celebrating their 14-year anniversary. That's going to be coming up on Saturday, September 27th. Again, Cobb Parkway, Marietta, 1000 Cobb Parkway. Now, here's the cool part. You're going to find savings on over 75 items. There's going to be free food in the afternoon, local vendors, and thousands of dollars in giveaways. But most importantly, owners Joey and Matthew want you to be aware of this. 30% off all used firearms. One day only, September 27th. So if you are in that marketplace of things are getting a little wild, I want to be ready for anything, and I want the training, True Prep can take care of you on every single facet of that. So don't miss it. Saturday, September 27th. Make sure you get in there. 30% off all used firearms, celebrating 14 years of True Prep. Get details at trueprep.com. That's TRUprep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with True Prep.
Time now for the Retire Wise Report. James Parker here with financial advisor Sean Maloney, founder and CEO of Retire Wise. So when we go through days or weeks of volatility in the market, Sean, it's hard to know what to do. What can you tell us?
The biggest thing is don't panic or make immediate decisions with your money. Take those emotional concerns out of the middle of it. Look, markets cycle regularly. Market corrections and bear markets are a normal part of the cycle. They're just part of the plan that are going to be accounted for. If you feel nervous when you read the headlines about big drops in the market, you might not know enough about how your money is positioned. That's why it's important to get the right guidance on a financial plan for your retirement.
Tell us about the offer you have for our listeners.
All right, so now's the time to start, folks. Looking ahead and identifying if you have too much risk in your portfolio. That's the first thing. We have a helpful little resource for our listeners today. We call it the Retire Happy Framework Toolkit. You can get it today by calling or texting WISE to 770-802-2200. My team helped put together this just for you, and it's a complimentary guide. And the center of this is a copy of my latest book, The Priority of Retirement, plus guides on major topics like investments, Social Security, income planning, taxes, and so forth of the key components of retirement. So if you want to get this information in your hands today, call or text WISE to 770-802-2200. That's 770-802-2200.
Take advantage of this offer and get your Retire Happy Framework today. Just text WISE to 770-802-2200. The team at Retire Wise will get you your Retire Happy Framework to you right away. So just call or text WISE to 770-802-2200. Investment advisory services made available through AE Wealth Management, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Investing involves risk, including the potential loss of principal. Firm does not provide tax services.
Experience luxury like never before behind the wheel of a brand new Cadillac from Jim Ellis Cadillac.
From the iconic Escalade to the innovative electric Lyric, Jim Ellis Cadillac offers the models you know and love, along with the latest in luxury EVs.
And the buying experience just as luxurious as the Cadillac name itself. With great prices, a great selection, and a team of knowledgeable sales associates, you'll love shopping at their showroom conveniently located on Peachtree Boulevard, just inside the perimeter.
Prefer to shop from home? Visit JimEllisCadillac.com, where you can browse all the latest offers and even start or complete your entire purchase online with the Jim Ellis Expressway.
Want to try before you buy? Schedule an at-home test drive and enjoy the convenience of home vehicle delivery. Luxury is waiting. Experience it today at Jim Ellis Cadillac. Jim Ellis Cadillac, where you can always expect the best.
The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
A community from Mississippi that rallied behind a neighbor who needed to get to work makes today's Dean's List. Willie Berry's old truck finally gave out, and he had to find ways to get into work. So he relied on rides from friends and strangers, and sometimes had to walk. Because he is such a beloved person around town and at church, his story was shared on social media to give him some help. Within 48 hours, over $16,000 was donated to help Willie get to and from work. Not long after that, a car dealership donated a brand new Ford pickup just for Willie. And then came donations to cover car insurance for a year. One of the organizers helping Willie to get back on his feet again said he deserves all this attention and love. Willie doesn't have a lot of family, but he does have a community who cares about him and wants to help. And Willie, we're so glad you've got so much love and support. You deserve it. Janice Dean, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Thursday, September 18th. A memorial service is being held today at Truist Park for Preston Fant, the DeKalb County firefighter who tragically lost his life in the line of duty on September 8th. Fant will lie in state from 1 to 2 p.m. Thousands of first responders are expected to attend the service. A funeral procession honoring Fant will travel through the city of Marietta at approximately 3:30 on I-75, North Marietta Parkway, and Whitlock Avenue. Drivers are encouraged to use alternate routes. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger announced he's joining the race for governor of Georgia. He'll campaign against Attorney General Chris Carr and Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones in the Republican primary. Jones has been endorsed by President Trump. Businessman Clark Dean is also running as a Republican. On the Democrat side, former Lieutenant Governor and Republican Jeff Duncan and former Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms are the most notable names. And a Kennesaw man was arrested for trying to poison his roommate with bug spray. The victim said he checked video after noticing a smell while cooking and saw his roommate spraying his food with Raid. The suspect was arrested and charged with aggravated assault. Today's weather mostly sunny with temperatures in the low 80s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
I always love the Ken Burns documentaries.
I do too. In fact, I tried to watch Civil War again, but if you try to, you have to go through Amazon Prime and you have to buy all of them.
Yeah.
And I don't want to buy them. Like, they used to be free on Netflix for a while.
But there's that little bit of me, Los, that wonders how much of his ideology leaks into the documentaries.
There's some of that. Well, I would say this. When he promotes the documentaries, you'll hear what he's into. And he's very big proponent of that you should have never had PBS having any sort of issue with government funding. And I get that. It pays the bills. It's a big vehicle for him.
For sure.
It's a primary vehicle for him. And he does bring up, well, PBS also has this programming and this programming. It's just my tax dollars, and that was always the argument, should not be going to a programming, in my opinion, that is at least on the fringes of you're pretty out there from a left-leaning standpoint.
And that's
not with my tax dollars. You just want to give me news and try and make it as straight as possible. Fine.
His stuff is good enough that he didn't need the tax dollars. He could have made the documentaries and made, probably more money than he would have otherwise anyway. But there's that little bit of me, because I know from beyond a shadow of a doubt, I watched his country music one, and I could see the places where his ideology became part of the conversation. I was just like, that's not exactly the way that goes.
Well, Civil War is from almost 40 years ago, and so I've watched that one. Baseball, there's not really any of that. The Prohibition one, that I think is also well done. So I haven't noticed, but then I haven't watched anything that's newer than like 92.
Yeah.
Oh, baseball was newer and Prohibition were newer.
Yeah, sure. I don't know. That's the only thing, because I love the way he presents things. I like a lot about Ken Burns. There's very few things that I don't like about Ken Burns when he does things. I just thought there's always that little in the back of my head. I'm always searching. I'm always listening.
You need to turn that S off, man.
I wish I could. I can't. I don't know how to turn it off. Because
I watch George Clooney movies? You think I watch Ocean's 11? I think, you know what? He'd really like to cancel my vote.
Yeah,
I'm like, are we gonna be able to knock off the casino this time?
Right, but I think there's a difference in an entertainment movie and a documentary that's supposed to inform you that could actually, change the way you look at something or influence you. Especially like, let's say a kid's watching it and they don't know anything about it. This is the first introduction they have. If you inject your politics in there, that's going to warp or at least change the way you look at something.
I would highly suggest secondary sources.
Yes, right, but most people don't do that.
Like, find out what the story is, do the work on it.
That's right.
I know that might take a couple extra seconds. In the world of AI, it only takes a few minutes.
Yeah.
Like, the only difference in you understand or you don't, if you're having to wait until 8 o'clock for Rachel Maddow,
that's right.
you have a problem here.
My sweet Aunt Peg.
Now, I'm glad that you wait till 6 a.m. Like, so Los is going to explain this whole Groyper thing, this GAMP thing.
What in the world is that?
You don't have to look into that. I'm the sicko that'll look into that for you. But you are able, and this is why I point out, here's how it's spelled. Look into it for yourself. Sure. Because one of the biggest issues that we have had in radio is that part of the reason why people don't listen to other people is because they want to have their own thoughts. If you don't have your own thoughts, you can't explain your own thoughts.
That's right.
And that becomes a problem.
We've seen that play out a few times.
When you start using somebody else's and then somebody asks you to explain it and you can't, problems.
Yes, that's exactly right. And we run into it. It's happened over and over and over again. So I understand why.
Can I give you another piece of sidebar?
Yes, of course.
So ABC and their reporter has now apologized for the comments.
Matt Gutman is his name.
Matt Gutman, for talking about the duality of this person just assassinated Charlie Kirk, but yet he wrote lovingly to his lover. So this is funny. This is from @NotKennyRogers.
Which is a great outfit.
And it has Buffalo Bill, Jane Gum, the other bad character in Silence of the Lambs. as he's looking down the hole at what is going to be his potential victim and holding his dog. So that's the image, right? It says, Buffalo Bill's dialogue with the woman he lowered into a well in order to make clothing out of her skin was very touching in a way that many of us didn't expect. ABC News.
That's exactly right. And that's
it
the
rubs
thing.
the lotion against its skin or else it gets those again.
Matt Gutman now describes those texts as disturbing because he was told, you better apologize. You better get this right. Jimmy decided not to, and he's gone. Matt did, but I don't believe Matt's apology. I just call me cynical.
He signaled to you that you didn't understand what he was trying to do.
Listen, he says, they're disturbing now. This man
they were disturbing before.
Of course they was, but a day before he just told me how touching they were. The next day they're disturbing? That's breakneck speed to go from touching to disturbing. You were told to apologize. Your apology's not genuine. I know that. You know that. Everybody knows that you kept your job because you apologized.
The person, why were they so disturbing? Because they were gruesome? No. Because logically, this person had done something and they looked at it as, how am I going to get away with it? And then they started citing the reasons why they did it. Don't talk to the police. Can you help me go get my gun? Go get my rifle. My grandfather's looking for this. They want it. It was so clear that this person was on this mission. And now that they'd carried out the assassination, now it was, how do I go on with this as my great secret that I did this?
And he added in, Matt actually added in a line, too. My reason for doing this is to protect you. That's what he shared in his report, which was never a part of the text. That's the other thing.
That's the other thing. It's like, wait a minute, that wasn't...
You physically added to make it this romantic thing that you wanted it to be. You called it Romeo and Juliet.
Romeo and Romeo.
Yesterday, right?
Yes.
But that's what he was going for.
He was trying to turn it into a different story.
That's exactly right, man. It's exactly, and I think that's probably the first time you heard it with him saying it. That's not going to be the last time you hear that presentation. They're trying to turn him into a sympathetic character, just like they turned Luigi Mangione, at least for some portion of people.
I'm glad Romeo stuck with you to the point where you're like, man, that messed me up a little bit.
It did. It stuck.
It really did. Go. Sure. Okay, so can I point out someone that we're going to miss?
Yes.
We're going to miss.
Yes.
Jasmine Crockett with the Texas redistricting. Her district is going away. In fact, it's being linked to far north Dallas, which is going to change the voting demographic. She's going to lose her seat. Now, she can speak a big game about it, and here's what we're going to do, but she has basically been cosplaying a character for 2 years? Because Jasmine Crockett, sunny South Dallas, gets into office, and she's like the representative from sunny South Dallas, and this is what we're looking to do. Then, when she's trying to make a name for herself, she decides, I'm going to cosplay an angry black woman.
She ditched private school.
Private school Jasmine went out the window, and now it's, all right, what is going to make me look like I'm down for the struggle and I'm, from the streets? All right? So here was her yesterday. Keep in mind, we once again want to point out, in the atmosphere that is so incredibly tone deaf, we are now a week removed from the brutal assassination of Charlie Kirk. We are days removed from the amount of people like the Scott Preslers of the world who continue to get threats on their life. This is what it now is regularly. We are now 12 hours removed from Donald Trump describing Antifa as a terrorist organization. And Jasmine Crockett decides to point out what the real danger is.
Frankly, when people sit around and say things like, we're happy because now we feel safe, I don't know who feels safe in this country except for the white supremacists, because I specifically as a black woman definitely don't feel safe.
Definitely don't feel safe.
Eyes.
Yes, right. Dude, I'm hillbilly, so because sometimes I say eyes. I was asking my daddy. I was asking my cousin. That's a very common thing for me in my hillbilly dialect to say. I'm not private school Jasmine Crockett.
We're so going to miss Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah, we are.
She's got to move into another district. We have to have more Jasmine Crockett because eyes need Jasmine Crockett.
Right.
In this political discourse, this discussion, Jasmine Crockett still makes it about, Well, only the white supremacists feel good. Hold on. Wasn't that already something that was portrayed as Charlie Kirk? Well, he's also a white supremacist. He's a fascist.
Yeah.
Yes, so good that he's dead. I pondered that one out there, Jasmine Crockett.
Dude, she is a person that has found the niche. And I know there's a couple people in politics in the state of Georgia that they found a niche and they've done well in their niche. It's not what they believe, but it's how they make a dadgum good living. That's what Jasmine Crockett is. There's so many politicians like her. She just amplifies it beyond anything. Most people, when they're doing that, when they find the vein to run in and the money's coming in, they're like, all right, how do I keep my head low? I don't want to mess up this income. She's out there freaking with like, what are those things that they put at the car dealerships?
Oh, yeah. Waving inflatable arm flailing tube band.
That, exactly. That, and, lights going every which way. She brings the attention to her, which is the most backwards way of doing it.
If she was better at doing this, the Democrats would be doing a ton to save her.
Oh, yeah.
They're not doing it.
No.
She hasn't shown she can play the game. And so when you don't show you can play the game, like you can be AOC for the longest amount of time, and then AOC turned into, I like this life, I'm going to play the game now.
But that's what I'm saying with Jasmine.
The rest of them, they make sure they get rid of them if you can't play the game.
And she can't, man. It's going to be a loss. It'll be our loss, Lois. We won't have cuts like that to play on the show.
Sad.
So sad. So sad. When we continue, Rand Paul asks the questions that need to be asked and need to be answered about vaccines. Next on Extra, 1063, 7 o'clock hour. Brought to you by Van Sant Law Group. If you're in an accident, make the right call. VanSantLaw.com.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to Extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, September 18th. It's an off day for the Atlanta Braves after a 9-4 win yesterday afternoon to close out their series in D.C. against the Nationals. The Braves will be back in action Friday night as they continue the road trip as they move on to Detroit to take on the Tigers. From the NFL, Week 3 in the league begins tonight as the 2-0 Buffalo Bills will host the 0-2 Miami Dolphins in an AFC East divisional matchup. The Bills are a rather large 11.5-point favorite for this game tonight on Thursday Night Football. As for the Falcons, they'll be in Charlotte this weekend. They take on the Carolina Panthers. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina. Hey, it's Los. We're here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, I'm looking for a reliable vehicle, something for the family, but also for my daughter who's going to be driving soon. Why should I call you?
The main thing is you get to see it's a full transparency sale. What I like to do is show you the whole gamut, show you everything that's out there and everything that's available. I can get any make, any year, any model.
Financing. If I need to use it, what can you offer?
We have some of the best banks available, and we got rates starting at 4.99 from a 23 model and above. It could be a 14 model. We still have banks that will do all the financing for you at good rates, and they're primary banks. If you have credit issues, we still have banks that can accommodate those issues as well.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
There are nut jobs on the road. Who knows where they learn to drive? If one of them hits you, don't take care of it on your own. Call my friend David Van Sant, 855-GA-INJURY. Van Sant Law, one of Georgia's top-rated personal injury lawyers and car accident firms. Time is of the essence. Don't waste any. The longer you wait to get the right lawyer, the longer it takes to get the compensation you deserve. Call Van Sant Law today. The number is 855-GA-INJURY. VanSantLaw.com.
Pete Davis here. Football is back, and Underdog is the best place to make picks and win money all season long. And the best part, you can play right now here in Georgia. Playing on Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, passing yards, interceptions, and more. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. And you can start with as little as $1. I play too. This season, I'm looking at Michael Penix Jr. to go higher on touchdown projections and Drake London to go higher on receiving yards. It's simple, it's fun, and it keeps me be locked into every play. Download the app today and sign up with promo code 1063 to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code 1063. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog, and you can be next. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Georgia. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
The future of business in Georgia is bright, and Georgia Power is a driving force behind the businesses and organizations that are vital to the growth of the state. Just ask Brandon Hutchison, Executive Vice President and General Manager of Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Make no mistake about it, we're big customers of Georgia Power. It really is a true partnership. We've ran NASCAR's highest level of racing. In the early days of Atlanta Motor Speedway, Atlanta International Raceway, as it were, they raced twice a year, and that was about it. And then we started figuring out that this is an 850-acre campus that can do so much more. And it's not just the larger events that impact the region. It's the local events that really impact our community. It's a big responsibility for us to be such a big player in our community. And there's no doubt that Georgia Power has fan experience front of mind all the time.
To learn more about how Georgia Power is helping businesses big and small, visit GeorgiaPower.com and tune in all year to discover how they're powering the future of Georgia.
Calling all contractors. This is Devin Stovall of Stovall & Company, and we're here for you. We're a third-generation, family-owned and operated company for 75 years and just opened our 11th location in Canton on 9500 Union Hill Road. We're proud to provide your wholesale irrigation, nursery, and landscape supply needs. How do you envision your dream outdoor space for you or your customers? We're here to fulfill them all. We all take pride in special requests and shipping right to your job site. Here at Stovall, we have it all. Check us out at StovallINC.com.
Extra 1063 is live on your ride home with a Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder from 3 to 6 p.m.
Yeah, and what a difference between Donald Trump 1 and Donald Trump 2. He has changed the world, the way people run an office. He goes public live for almost every day to say, here's our country, here's what we're doing, what do you think? Opens up to the media. Nothing's held back. He's a boss. He runs everything.
The Kimmer Show on Extra 1063 FM and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Xtra and Extra 1063. Thank you for being here, first of all. We owe you a debt of gratitude. Los brought up how much the listening has gone up in the past couple weeks. Look, it's the discussion of Charlie Kirk. It's affected so many people. You came here for that, but you've stayed, and we're grateful.
It was already going really well. And we didn't know that there was going to be another avalanche that was coming our way. And then to see the amount of people that have given this a try, who have listened to this, who have heard the discussion we've had, and then decided to stay. It's like, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for starting some new habits with us.
Gosh, yeah. That's
awesome.
Exactly right. And if there's any discussion you want to get into, 404-741-1230. At Extra 1063 across the social media platforms. So easy to reach out, so easy to be involved. And when we have discussions with listeners on social media throughout the show, and of course, when people call, we take them there too. But
one of our new listeners, so she asked me, first off, when I explained to her, well, like 50% of our audience is women. She's like, really? I was like, yeah. And I go, and every now and then, Tug lets me get into conspiracy theory. She's like, really? And I was like, yeah.
Tug lets me get out of here.
But the fun part about all of it was she asked, too. She's like, well, do you have people on that will call in and don't agree with you guys? I was like, absolutely, 100%. Yeah, sure. I go, and most of the time I say it's pretty cordial.
Yeah.
I was like, if anything, I hope it's instructive that there is another side of this, and that oftentimes, again, 80% of stuff we pretty much agree on. We have been told by our leaders that we have to tear each other's heads off over the last 20%. Right. The wild part that has happened in the last 10 days is that what we have found out is that there is a faction of people that are even more outside of this. I would imagine most of our liberal listeners go, you shouldn't have political assassinations. You shouldn't have it, ever. And we would say, okay, cool. We were both in agreement on that. The fact there are people that celebrated this were so ghoulish that you had this, wait a minute, this faction does exist and there's a large amount of people. It drove more of our liberal listeners more our way.
Yeah. It did,
than anything over on that side.
Because the left their shift continues to like those people probably stay where they are for the most part, and as the left moves, it pushes them to the right, or at least as far as the line goes.
It's a true lack of humanity.
Yeah.
And that's further and further as you go into hardcore communist ideology. First and foremost is a lack of humanity. People are not important, just the movement. Doesn't matter how many you have to sacrifice, how many you have to kill, what you have to do. The revolution, the movement is everything. Human life be damned. And there's got to be a point where even people that have thought themselves to be part of this go, that's a bridge too far.
And you're seeing that walk-away movement so strong. There's so many people that are posting it's almost like they're making announcements that that they've gotten married. It's that same kind of,
I just want you to know I'm done with all of you.
I'm done with all of this. I am moving away. I'm walking away, and it's been good to see. Rand Paul is a guy that I have a lot of respect for. Look, he and Donald Trump go at it over spending, and I got to tell you, I understand why Rand Paul is upset about spending. Our national debt is extraordinary, but when it comes to vaccines, there's nobody that has been more vocal. There's nobody that has said, we need to understand more than Rand Paul.
I've talked about it. You bring in Anna Paulina Luna when it's time to get into conspiracy theory. If you want to go after vaccine injury, that's Senator Johnson. If you want to go after what is going on now with all vaccines and Dr. Fauci, you go get Rand Paul. Like these are the interest. And Tim Burchett when it comes to UAPs.
people living under the ocean.
You stop it. You stop mocking him. That man's a treasure.
I know he is.
We're going to get into him later.
He talks like I do.
He does. He does talk like he talks like you do and talks like how I do.
That's exactly right.
He's a good melding of the two of us.
That's great.
So this ends up being Dr. Susan Monarenz. Now, this woman was fired by RFK Jr. Part of the reason why, and this, I can't tell you how many times when I see the look on her face of her trying to give some sort of awkward smile, like almost demonish, like, well, you got me, but I'm just going to smile my way through it.
She did that all day. Too.
And I'm sitting here mocking you because you're Rand Paul. You don't know what I know. It's like, well, I know you're fired. I want you to listen. This is going to be about a minute 20 exchange where all the point that Rand Paul is saying is, can you please explain why, for instance, we would ever give a hepatitis B shot to a baby who's 2 days old when the mom didn't have hepatitis B? And the reason why, it's pure profit. That's all it is. Hey, for down the road, if they partake in risky sex or needles, they could get hep B, but with this, they won't. Well, wait a minute. I hope we would all strive to have our daughters or our sons not partake in needles or risky sex, for fear that on the small chance they might get hepatitis B. Listen to how Dr. Susan Monarenz just continues to dodge questions.
Change the childhood routine. Well, we should. There is no medical reason. What is the medical reason to give a hepatitis B vaccine to a newborn whose mom has no hepatitis?
So none of the discussion points that you just brought up were ever...
That's changing the childhood schedule.
Regular order.
Your time. You have your time, Bernie. I got mine.
Settle down, Bernie.
This is the debate over changing the childhood schedule. The hepatitis B vaccine on the schedule is given to newborns. What is the medical, scientific reason and proof for giving a newborn a hepatitis B vaccine if the mom is hep B negative?
I want to go back to the assertion associated.
What is the medical reason for giving a hepatitis B vaccine to a newborn? See, everybody's like blithely going along. We can't change the childhood. You're somehow terrible if you want to change the childhood. We should be discussing what is the childhood vaccine schedule, and the burden should be on you. You want to make all the kids take this? The burden is upon you and the people you wouldn't fire to prove to us that we need to give our 6-month-old a COVID vaccine and that we need to give our 1-day-old a hepatitis B vaccine. That's what the debate ought to be about, not whether all vaccines are good or whether we live in Alice in Wonderland.
I actually agree with you, and I was open to the science. I just would not pre-commit to approving all the ACIP recommendations without the science.
Untrue.
And she just sits there smiling.
She did the same, something similar with Mark Wayne Mullen. Did you see the exchange when they were talking about the discussion with RFK about can I trust you, and then her story just completely unraveled, and she had that Joker smile because she knew she was caught.
She knows she's caught. She knows that you're asking her to speak on behalf. What it turns out is Big Pharma. And so all she can do is sit there and big smile and then tell you, well, the science. Well, the problem is the science doesn't support it. That's what
That's
they're.
right. That's
what
the whole.
everyone's
That's the reason
pointing
we're
out.
bringing it up.
It's like the reason why is the risk reward benefits, the cost analysis only works in Big Pharma's favor. It doesn't work in the interest of the child. Doesn't work in the interest of the family. So you're going to give something to in this case, it would have been either one of my daughters, that we don't know long-term side effects. We don't have really a placebo control group. You don't know what it could cause down the road, but you're telling me on the off chance that she gets into needles or really high-end risky sex, she may not get hepatitis B. That's a hard no for most
no,
parents.
thank you. It's a definite no, and that's why I got kicked out of kindergarten a bunch of times. We know because
Mama was like, he's going to get lockjaw before he takes that shot.
That's right. She was
got kicked out of kindergarten.
No, like twice or three times. Because she had those same questions, Los. But that's the thing. My mom was not educated like Rand Paul, but she had the common sense to go, help me understand why I need to do this, and they never could.
But at least at that time, I think you and I grew up in an era where it was maybe like 11 shots total. But by the time that we were entering into preschool all the way through graduation, it was strange. Like once every 3 or 4 years, you're like, oh, got to get that shot. And they'd plug you in the backside. That was just part of what was going on. Now, the numbers are pushing towards 70 shots.
Yeah, I know.
It's like, how did that occur?
Well, because people weren't like Mama asking questions.
Right.
They just went along.
So, okay.
If the doctor says it, we've treated doctors like they're a deity. We've treated doctors like they're godlike figures, and everything they say is the gospel truth, even when it's not. And that's not I'm not shaming doctors. I'm not saying doctors are bad. But maybe they should ask some questions too. It would be okay.
Maybe there should be some pushback where you go,
exactly right.
Hold on.
That's exactly right.
Where's this data here?
Yeah, let's discuss it. Let's talk about it.
Instead, some of these doctors were just bonused over and over again for so many of these products.
Dude, they could hear the cash register ringing when they took the syringe out. Jeez, man. God bless Mama. I'm glad I got a mama like that.
Mama?
That ain't afraid to ask questions. Glad that we have people like Rand Paul that ain't afraid to ask questions. Mark Wayne Mullins that ain't afraid to ask questions.
I can't wait for that melding of you and I who've come together to be one perfect representative in Tim Burchett.
Let's go. When we come back, the first rate cut and what it means for you and me. Los, man, he's been busy over there on the computer to my left.
Doing this.
Getting it all fixed up, getting ready to roll with maybe a refi. Maybe you'll want to do it too next on Extra.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
At an event last night when word started spreading that ABC had taken Jimmy Kimmel off the air. Indefinitely, they say. What did he do? He said that the man who murdered Charlie Kirk was part of a MAGA gang, Make America Great Again. Yep, he was a Trump ally, and that they were trying to do everything they could to score political points by implicating conservatives in that assassination. It seems that a group called Xtra that has hundreds of TV stations, many of whom carry Jimmy Kimmel and ABC programming, said that they just weren't going to carry it anymore. ABC had to act. Moving to sarcasm font, Jimmy Kimmel is so immensely talented that he'll have no problem finding another gig. End sarcasm. What really bothers me here is the involvement of the FCC. Brendan Carr is the chairman of the FCC, and he wants to emphasize the fact that broadcasters are given the right to express opinions and they have to act in the public interest. Nonsense. I'm sorry, but the FCC is outdated. outdated. They should enjoy every single editorial or programming freedom that any other media outlet enjoys. Don't give me this scarcity of broadcast bans argument. It is no longer valid. The FCC should be doing one thing: protecting rights in the use of a frequency. Nothing more. The rest of it is left up to the public, to the private businesses that own those radio and TV stations. They're taking care of this matter. We don't need federal government involvement. Wish I had more time here, but think about it. Why do we need the FCC controlling editorial content on radio and TV stations? Neil Bortz, Extra 1063.
Amazon Business offers smart business buying solutions, so you can spend more time growing your business and less time doing the admin. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey Braves Country, Tom Glavine here. Want to drive like a champion? Start with a clean car from Tidal Wave Auto Spa. With cutting-edge equipment and elite customer service, it's more than a car wash, it's a win. Experience the ultimate clean at Tidal Wave Auto Spa, my go-to car wash destination and the official car wash of the Atlanta Braves.
My car is happy, I am happy, Tidal Wave Auto Spa.
Hey, this is John Flading from ATL Turfco. We're a family-owned and operated independent local company here in the Atlanta area. We've been in business for over 15 years. We install several different types of artificial grass. One is landscape, which looks like real grass for your lawn. The next one is pet turf. Pet turf is a little bit shorter than landscape, and it's more durable. And the other one is putting greens. If you can dream it, we can build it. Just go to atlturfco.com to schedule an appointment.
WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
Still no comment from Jimmy Kimmel. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. The Morning After show did not air. ABC suspended it indefinitely over things Kimmel said the past few days about the Charlie Kirk assassination, suggesting the suspected gunman was right-wing MAGA, though evidence shows the opposite and that he hated Kirk.
Kimmel continued again on Tuesday, stating, quote, many in MAGA land are working very hard to capitalize on the murder of Charlie Kirk.
Fox's Todd Pyro.
Before ABC's announcement, the president of one of the country's largest TV stations said it would stop airing Kimmel's show, calling the host's comments offensive and insensitive, and that they don't represent the values of the communities in which we are located. SAG-AFTRA, though, responding to the suspension, stating that the decision is the type of suppression and retaliation that endangers everyone's freedoms.
President Trump reacted while in Britain. More on his trip in a moment. Posting on Truth Social a congratulations to ABC for having the courage to take Kimmel off the air. Now more on the suspected Kirk assassin. Fox's Garrett Tenney reports from Utah.
The Washington County Sheriff says last Thursday, the 22-year-old suspect was driving out to a remote area of southern Utah to take his own life until his parents convinced him not to and said they would help him surrender peacefully. The alleged assassin had some conditions for doing that, though.
He was fearful of a SWAT team hit on his house, or he was fearful of being shot by law enforcement.
Sheriff Nate Brooksby also says that Tyler Robinson's parents and the roommate he allegedly confessed to are now staying far away after getting threats. Two police officers critical but stable the morning after a shooting in York County, Pennsylvania that left three other officers dead, attacked as they served a warrant. The gunman was killed when they shot back. Back to President Trump. He's meeting now with Britain's Prime Minister discussing trade and other issues after the president at a lavish state dinner at Windsor Castle with King Charles last night said the U.S.-UK bond is
priceless and eternal. It's irreplaceable and unbreakable.
We all know the importance of good daily habits, whether it's getting your steps in, stretching those limbs, or eating right. Doing it on the regular is key. That's why if you're dealing with everyday aches and pain, it's time to bring Relief Factor into your routine. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a special formula of 4 natural ingredients. Relief Factor doesn't just mask pain, it helps reduce or even eliminate it. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So call 1-800-4-RELIEF and try their 3-week quick start for only $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Simply call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're having pain, don't let it keep you from living the life you want. Make Relief Factor part of your daily routine. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4RELIEF.
Get the Extra 106.3 app.
Yeah, I got your app. I'm so glad Conservative Talk is back on the air.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra. God, it's been busy 24 hours. I mean, the huge stories, Antifa being labeled a domestic terrorist organization. We've gone through some of that. Jimmy Kimmel being taken off the air indefinitely. We've gone through some of that, and we'll get back to some of it. But something that we've talked about a whole bunch, and Los has been busy this morning because of the announcement, the Fed cutting the rate yesterday by a quarter point.
The encouraging factor is that the rate had been coming down from what was its high as of probably about 3 months ago. You had numbers that were routinely on 30-year fixed mortgages that were in the high sixes, low sevens in a lot of cases. You've now had, based on what some of the jobs report number has been, what we've had with our inflationary environment, that the numbers were starting to get closer to the low sixes. Well, with a quarter point, I'm now seeing stuff in the mid to high 5 range. Now, what does this mean for anyone out there? You're going to get another rate cut at the end of October. There's going to be another one in December.
Yeah,
that
so
looks like with the numbers.
3 total.
I would imagine a quarter point apiece. We'll see if we ever get anything that's a little bit larger. What's going to happen is that for those of you who have been looking to downsize your home or refinance your home, there now
raise our hands.
There now becomes more of a realistic scenario where if you've been sitting on, let's say, a 3% interest rate, you might be at maybe a 5. Now, yes, that could be, depending on how much you're taking out, that could be a significant amount of money. But it's not what it was when we were looking at 8%.
No,
8.5%, 9%.
Yeah, we had already decided we were just like we're not going to downsize, and I don't know that we will at this point because we've done the upgrades to the house. There's a couple things we want to do, but that was the reason we didn't. That was the stated reason. That is the reason we didn't downsize when we had an opportunity. It was like, oh my gosh, when we do this, our house payment for less house is going to be
significantly
higher than it was. And so we've gone another way, but this is going to give people like you who just bought that opportunity to potentially, what'd you say, $1,000? You think you could probably save $1,000?
Probably without an issue.
$1,000 a month, man.
Yeah.
$12,000 a year. It's maybe life changing. I was about to say life changing. Probably not life changing. But it's
significant.
Certainly significant.
Absolutely.
That changes the dynamic. Do we go on vacation? Do we have a car that our daughter is going to need soon?
It's all those important aspects.
Everything rolled into one, and all because of one thing that probably should have happened much earlier this year.
If you believe, and I do, that the statistics were being intentionally cooked by the Bureau of Labor and Statistics to artificially make it look like the Biden/Harris economy was stronger than it was, then we should have had a rate cut long before because the job numbers were not correct.
Dude, the job numbers were unbelievable. When that came out, was it last week when we learned that the majority of Joe Biden's jobs were completely fake? They faked the numbers. They told you a outright lie, hoping to prop Joe Biden up, to make him look like he was doing a good job, like everything was okay, when in truth, nothing was okay. The economy was sputtering. It was weak. Jobs were not being created, and the very few that were not going to American-born citizens, which is a huge deal. Those are the things that we're up against. Those are the things that Donald Trump is trying to straighten out. You figure gold, all-time high. S&P 500, all-time high. Bitcoin, all-time high. NASDAQ, all-time high. Home prices, all-time high. Money supply, all-time high. National debt, all-time high. It was time for the rate. Oh, wait, I guess I'm glad that the rate came down. It had been time. It had been so needed for so long. And so many Americans like me, like my family, we decided not to downsize the house that we're in because we knew we weren't going to be able to be in a advantageous position with our home. We were going to have to take every penny that we saved or every penny that we earned off of our home and invest it in something else because the prices are at an all-time high. And then you add in the fact that the interest rate was going to make our payment through the freaking roof. There was no winning. There was not a way to win. So many people felt that way. Los, and that's the reason, the fact that he literally all morning has been going through, refi companies. He's been inquiring about, hey, what can we get for my family? $12,000 a year is big money for people. I mean, that's a portion. If the average American makes about $50,000 a year, and I think that's the number. You don't quote me, but I think that's the number. Dude, I mean, that's almost a quarter of it.
Yeah.
That's almost a quarter of everything you make that you will save just on your home.
And if you're one of those people that moved in 2020, 2021, and locked into a mortgage at those rates, this is huge for those people.
Dude,
because so many people moved. They're trying to get away from the cities, trying to get out to the suburbs, trying to get away from all the crime and all the craziness that was happening.
Yeah, it's unbelievable that the Biden administration was willing to just hang Americans out to dry with these fake numbers, with this fake prop up of the economy, to lie to you to your face. And the thing that I was bringing in is the fact that if you make an average, because most Americans make about an average of about $50,000 a year, that's probably a good number for the average.
Yeah, I think that's a median number,
paycheck,
right?
Yeah, $12,000. Just in your case, $12,000. That's a quarter of everything that you make, dude. That some people would say it's not life changing, but the more I dig down on that, the more I think about it, that could change the absolute ability to earn and grow and save and live the American dream.
Consider that you have people that'll switch a phone company over, let's say, save $500 a year.
That's right, dude.
Like, I'll switch my cell phone coverage. I'll save $500.
And that's so valuable to people that they make it a marketing campaign.
Yet you might be in a scenario where, based on these rates, you could save significantly more. Now, I think what you're going to see is going to be much closer to $300 to $500 for most people on a monthly once the rates come down. All right, now do the math there. That's $6,000 a year.
Yeah, that's
without a problem.
That's big time, dude.
It's a lot of money that you can start putting that back into the 529 or whatever else you want to do to save for college for your kids.
Or it pays for band camp, or it pays for band uniforms, or football shoulder pads. It pays for your kid to go to work with a coach later because they want to get better at a particular part of their game. And I'm just pulling because we both have kids that are athletes, and that's what
it costs.
That's what we were doing. That's an interesting thing for our kids, and that's something that they want to explore and they want to do later in college. You don't do that. You don't become that without the extra work, and that costs.
We were at a position, my wife and I had talked about it, how depending on what the rates were going to do, we had the option to recast the mortgage. Now, for those of you out there who have done it or you know what it is, basically, because the refinance market was non-existent, you had financiers that were allowing you to take a lump sum payment and pay down a portion of your mortgage. Now, your rate was still going to stay at where it was going to stay at, but you could pay down more of your principal, and so suddenly your rate wasn't quite as much money as what you were having to spend. Now, I believe we're going to see a pretty robust refinance market because it's going to take less money to get access to more money. And in our case, I'm just looking at some of the numbers going, okay, like right off the top, that's probably close to like $600.
And then think about credit cards, because we know people are using credit cards and have been using credit cards at an alarming rate, more debt and credit cards, I think, than in American history in the last 3 or 4 years. Working on those interest rates coming down. Are you able to move, your credit card debt to another and get a better rate? Maybe even get, some sort of bonus for doing so that helps you pay down that principal, like you're talking about with the house. These things affect everyday Americans in every aspect of their life. It doesn't matter if you're having to buy groceries at the grocery store or, buy your daughter a car.
But just how low down that you actually had, in the interest of maintaining power in the status quo, that the numbers were cooked to the point where, and I brought this up with my wife, because I told her, I said, have you been paying attention to some of this stuff? And she knows I've been paying attention to the mortgage interest rates.
Because, it's beneficial for your family to do so.
It's been a discussion that we've had about, like, here's what our plan's going to be. It's like you can either take money or recast it, or you wait for the rates to come down, and then you get aggressive with this stuff. But when I told her, well, based on the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, you had half of all of Joe Biden's jobs that claimed that were created never happened. And you basically had a stagnation where 1 million jobs from the point of 2024 to, I think it's April of 2025, those jobs didn't even exist. There was 1 million of them, just they weren't there.
And then the very few that were created didn't go to American citizens to begin with. That was the other part of it.
And many of it, too, when you had growth was in the government jobs, that meant you were taking $1 out of the private sector to feed it into the public sector.
And healthcare is another one of those that does the exact same thing.
So this is a long time coming.
Yeah.
And I believe that we are now going to start seeing the benefits of this. I believe, if I remember correctly, October 28th and 29th will be the next Fed meeting, which I believe it's at least another quarter point there. If it's aggressive, I think by the end of the year, we should see low 5s or high 4s on 30-year fixed mortgages, which would be really a good situation for a lot of Americans, whether you moved or you had to get yourself involved in another home or another property or anything else over the last 3-4 years. This is going to be your good opportunity to get that mortgage back to something you were used to.
Or even if you're in the situation my wife and I are, where our son, we were paying, though he had a partial scholarship, we were paying, the majority of his college, like $40,000 a year. Now he's moved back in state between Hope and baseball scholarship money pays for everything. All of a sudden, we have the ability to do something that we didn't think we were going to be able to do until he graduated, and that is look at
because you
some
had that
sort
money
of
that you
investment.
were sitting there.
Exactly right. Some sort of investment, because we had the 529, and then we had just a savings account. We had both of them going for the exact same purpose. The 529 obviously has to be used for school.
Yeah.
And there will be things that, food, and there's all kinds of things. You can use that for pretty much anything that is related to
It's nice to pay yourself back with it once they're done with school.
Dude, no kidding.
Tax-free.
Holy cow, no kidding. But now, the guy that does our taxes and just looks over our stuff generally says, man, y'all save better than any other client that I have. Y'all need to do something with passive income. I don't know if it's a side business. Is it a property that you haven't? But now, taking that off that and then lowering interest rates, all of a sudden there's like a light at the end of the tunnel. You're like, maybe there's something that I can do to help my family moving forward.
I have a suggestion. Meth and then a car wash.
Okay.
All right? Meth and then a car wash.
Are those two separate things, or you do those at the same time?
You need to be able to justify the money that's now showing up. You need to be able to launder it correctly.
Okay, all right. Well,
this is what you learn from Breaking Bad, Tug. Once you get past episode 2.
I know.
Meth and a car wash.
It's so gross, melting people's body in the bathtub.
Actually, I'm going to, as I've told you, I'm being very interested. There it is. In what volleyball program am I going to put some money into?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like a side business.
Right.
Yeah, because of the growing nature of kids specializing in sports.
Yes.
There's the opportunity. So
it's very lucrative. Private equity is way ahead of all of us on this. We need to go ahead and get involved, my wife and I.
So, dear friend of mine, we're talking to my cousin Nick when he came up. He's been in the vending business since he was 18 years old. Started his own company down in Florida since he was 18.
Another quality.
He knows the industry inside and out. My buddy calls me the other day and he was like, hey, do you think, what if we did something like that here, like as a side project? Do you think Nick would be interested? I mean, like, you're seeing people talking about things that they've not talked about in 5 years.
If you have capital available.
Yep. And
you're looking to do something that might create some sort of passive income that has a long horizon to it, well then, yeah. And until now I know we have the whole birth rate thing, but until we stop making kids entirely, I'm like, I'd like to get involved in kids sports.
Yeah, because
in a way that's going to be profitable.
There is a good chance that, especially where we live, and the Atlanta metro, what am I saying where we live? Just Georgia in general, Georgia, Florida, Texas, California. They put more kids in big-time college sports and pro sports than any other states. Is my kid going to be a pro athlete? Probably not, but he's playing at a pretty high level now. And there are other kids that they aspire to do that. I see them. I see the parents posting pictures about it all the time. The opportunity is ripe right now for that exact thing.
And so the rate cut, it goes far beyond just what it costs you to borrow money. It opens up a whole lot of possibilities for a whole lot of different people. And so, yeah, I'm looking forward to October 28th, 29th, and then I think the last one is going to be December, I think 10th and 11th. And then at that point, they're shut down until I believe it ends up being January. But that should be at least a quarter point in each one of those meetings. So
then the question is, do you wait till the end of the year knowing that that's coming?
That's the question.
If you can be patient, and I know it's a little difficult because you're like, man, I would like to save some money right now. But if you were able to be patient, if your situation allows you to be patient.
If I could, most of the time when you do go through a refi, and you, in this case, I'm going to put some money to it because that's what I want to do.
Yeah.
Well, then you don't pay your mortgage for like 2 months, which then I'll refi again.
Yeah. Was it every 6 months? Can you do it in 6 months?
It all depends.
Yeah.
Different banks have different practices in terms of how often they'll let you do it. So, like, for instance, when it came to recast, there were some that would only allow you to recast once over the life of your loan, twice. I know that when I contacted, now they don't own my mortgage anymore, but Rocket Mortgage allowed you to recast at any point. But they had, if I remember, they had a minimum of a recast of $10,000. So you could choose to recast your mortgage 20 times if you wanted, but they had bare minimums of how much you had to at least in order to recast.
Things are trending in the right direction.
Got options coming.
Well, but think about it, Los. It's not like this is just one piece of the bigger puzzle. We're trending in the right direction culturally. We're trending in the right direction financially, economically. We're trending in the right direction spiritually, I would say. There's a lot of good things that are happening in the United States of America that should give you encouragement. You should be encouraged by what you're seeing.
Should be looking up your 30-year interest rates right now.
That'd be a smart thing to do for sure, too. When we come back on Extra 106.3. Pramil Jayapal had a nervous breakdown when she was speaking to Kash Patel. What happened next probably won't be a surprise. Next on Extra 106.3. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Your Atlanta carrier expert, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
When conflicts escalate around the world, don't let the mainstream media scare you into believing their narrative. Get it right with Atlanta's only conservative voice. And trust the Morning Extra, Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, The Kimmer Show, and our entire lineup to give it to you straight. Don't buy the fear. Just keep it here. Extra 106.3 FM and the all-new Extra app.
Oh no, what is that sound?
It's our rejection detection system. It's showing that several men across Georgia are being denied intimacy by their partners due to ED.
How can this be?
Well, it's more common than you think. As men age, their bodies change. And unfortunately, once they get over 50, some things don't work like they used to.
So what do we do?
There's only one thing to do. We need to get them to Dr. Eric Deal at Total Body Therapy of Georgia. He can fix ED problems.
But how?
At Total Body Therapy of Georgia, they are experts in the P-shot, testosterone replacement, regenerative therapy, and Trimex to create an erection and more.
Hi, this is Dr. Eric Deal from Total Body Therapy of Georgia. Did you know that 50% of men over 50 struggle with some form of ED? Guys, it won't get better on its own. When it's not hard, it's really hard. But I can help you today. Call us at Total Body Therapy of Georgia at 404-777-1911 or learn more about us online at tbtofga.com.
Hey, it's Los. We're here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, I've learned a lot about this car buying process from you. Is that typical of most of the clients you've worked with?
Yeah, I'm finding out it's even more typical. I mean, people are learning more and more, and maybe it's because I overload them with information because I want to be able to sleep at night. I want to make sure you know everything.
Do I have to have a particular make and model in mind when I call you, or is it just open to anything I want?
It's open. I can get any make, any year,
any model.
I might be looking to trade in my vehicle. Can you accommodate that as the Honest Car Guy?
For sure. I mean, we love it when people want to trade in cars because honestly, it's best for you to trade in a car. Why? Because you get a tax savings.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
I'm Michelle Stovall, and our company has been family-owned and operated for 75 years. Check us out at StovallINC.com, or better yet, stop by our newly opened 11th store at 9500 Union Hill Road in Canton. At Stovall, we supply you with all your landscaping project needs, completely hassle-free down to delivery. Been dreaming of an outdoor kitchen, fireplace, or other custom paver project? We partner with Keystone Hardscapes for all your beautiful high-end concrete needs. We look forward to making your landscape dreams come true. Stovall has it all.
Military Matters.
U.S.-Venezuela tensions are boiling over, and some fear could lead to a war. Venezuelan strongman Nicolas Maduro claims to have no contact with the Trump administration, but President Trump was blunt as he boarded Air Force One en route to the United Kingdom with a warning to Maduro.
Stop sending Tren de Aragua into the United States. Stop sending drugs into the United States.
On Truth Social, President Trump shared a Pentagon video showing another Venezuelan drug boat allegedly headed to the U.S. U.S. missiles blew up the boat, killing all on board in the third such extrajudicial killing. Maduro calls these military strikes aggression. Meanwhile, Secretary of State Marco Rubio told Fox the U.S. doesn't have a bounty on Maduro, but a reward for an indicted person.
He's not the president of Venezuela. That's the title he's given himself.
President Trump didn't rule out U.S. military strikes on mainland Venezuela or even ousting Maduro this week. For Military Matters at the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
Saving you money, I'm Hillary Barsky. Need to pay off student loan debt, start saving for a big ticket item, or build funds for the future? Well, getting a side hustle is one of the best ways to reach your goal. Some jobs that can create some good extra dough include lawn care professional. You could possibly sign up as a vendor with GreenPal, a lawn care service and app which is sort of like Uber for mowing lawns. Or become a task rabbit and earn extra money by completing everyday errands and tasks for people in your area. Or how about trying your hand as a bookkeeper? This side gig typically pays about $30 an hour according to Flex Jobs. Or you could become an online instructor and share your knowledge with the world remotely and on your own schedule. And attention fashionistas, if you have an eye for current trends, you might be able to find a side gig as a fashion consultant for high-end shoppers. These are just a handful of side jobs, and there are many more where you can create your own schedule and snap up some additional cash. Saving you money, Hillary Barsky, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Thursday, September 18th. A memorial service is being held today at Truist Park for Preston Fant, the DeKalb County firefighter who tragically lost his life in the line of duty on September 8th. Fant will lie in state from 1 to 2 p.m. Thousands of first responders are expected to attend the service. A funeral procession honoring Fant will travel through the city of Marietta at approximately 3:30 on I-75, North Marietta Parkway, and Whitlock Avenue. Drivers are encouraged to use alternate routes. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger announced he's joining the race for governor of Georgia. He'll campaign against Attorney General Chris Carr and Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones in the Republican primary. Jones has been endorsed by President Trump. Businessman Clark Dean is also running as a Republican. On the Democrat side, former Lieutenant Governor and Republican Jeff Duncan and former Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms are the most notable names. And a Kennesaw man was arrested for trying to poison his roommate with bug spray. The victim said he checked video after noticing a smell while cooking and saw his roommate spraying his food with Raid. The suspect was arrested and charged with aggravated assault. Today's weather mostly sunny with temperatures in the low 80s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com for Chuck and his team. They'll do a good job. They'll do a good service.
You got AC right now. You're going to need heat down the road.
Yes, you are.
Not quite yet.
No.
It's really nice.
This is the time you need to get all the work done, right? Because
yes. They're not going to be crazy busy. Right. Hopefully not.
Yeah.
They're not. Because when it's 100 degrees,
they're
slammed.
It's hard. And then
20 degrees,
yeah,
slammed.
People are talking about it. Right now in the slow time. If you know there's something wrong, go get it fixed because they can get out most of the time. Be out there 24 hours, sometimes even day of. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. So I don't know if you want to talk CRISPR technology or if you want to talk about Prima Jayapal and having a nervous breakdown with Kash Patel, or we can talk about both. It doesn't matter to me.
How much fun is it that you have Kash Patel, who has basically turned in this opportunity to speak with senators and then congressmen as they're doing their review. And he knows what it is. This is the grandstand moment. This is I'm going to fundraise off of this. I'm going to send this out to my constituency. And Kash Patel seems like such a general no-nonsense guy. Now, keep in mind, too, when we did have Jasmine Crockett, who was like, I think you're that he was the most not ready for this job.
Yeah.
And you look at what his history's been. It's like he's done everything along the lines in government to be ready to be FBI director. But more so than most people have done.
But, dude, even more than that, for me, just as a guy that appreciates a guy's guy, that's what he is. He doesn't back down. He doesn't take no crap. When he knows that he is right, he doesn't cower to any of these people. He's not... When you say no nonsense, I would say badass, because that's what he is to me.
Yeah.
Like, he's such a badass, and it makes me admire him, and it makes me think that the FBI could be used for good. We know it's not always been used for good. But a guy like him could put it in a position where it could be.
So let's go over to Jayapal. Now, this all started going, and this is going to sound like pure madness, pure craziness.
Surprise.
Because I believe if I've got this correct, I think it's like Jim Jordan's trying to reel this whole thing back in. It's like just trying to get you, and I would imagine it like this. You ever been in a restaurant where you've seen a woman go crazy?
Mm-hmm.
And you see, hopefully it's not you, but you've seen the boyfriend or the husband trying to tell her to calm down? Does that work very well?
Never works.
Except Kash Patel wasn't telling Jayapal to calm down one bit. He was actually egging it on. She's looking for her soundbite. She's looking for her, I'm going to raise some money. And all he knows is that if I just keep giving her a little bit of the needle, she's going to sound crazier and crazier. Check it out.
Or not. You can't
Victims
even say...
credibly came forward, and you know what happened? President Trump authorized the indictments of Jeffrey Epstein.
Called them
not Biden,
a hoax.
not Obama.
President Trump
no one
called
else.
the entire thing a Democratic hoax. So I would like to ask
the gentlelady's time has expired. I gave her the additional 45 seconds she requested. The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for his 5 minutes.
If you would meet with the women who were sexually abused and raped and groomed at the ages of 14 and 16 years old. Are you going to cover up? Are you going to continue to cover up for the rich and powerful men, including those that might be on this committee?
I can yell too, Mr. Chairman, but I don't want to yell above this. The time belongs to the gentleman from New Jersey. I appreciate the gentlelady yielding back.
Are you going to allow them to testify, Mr. Patel?
Go ahead.
Will you allow them to testify to you, Mr. Patel?
Mr. Patel, thank you for being here. I know.
She ends up getting out and walking out.
Good.
Like her whole thing is, I'm advocating for victims. And you're trying to fundraise, but you look like the crazy person. You look like the one where maybe you shouldn't. I don't know if we can trust you with this kind of power in Congress.
Most of the time, that's the way it is. When you lose your cool, you're the one that looks crazy. And even if you're in the right, and just if there's an argument out here in our sales pit, like we can see out the window of the studio here at Xtra. If we walk out there and we see two people having a intense conversation, and one of them blows a gasket, immediately you're like, that's unnecessary. That's crazy. Maybe you should be able to share your ideas without screaming.
Not that it happens often with my wife, but when it does, the one thing that I know that irritates her is, why are you yelling? You're like a foot from me.
Dude, that would piss anybody off. That would just because.
Why are you yelling? You're like a foot from me.
It's so agitating. That's like when you're trying to end the discussion altogether, that'll do it. And, you pick it back up later or whatever.
It's that moment. As again, I'm smiling on the inside. I'm looking serious on the outside. But in the inside, I'm going, I'm about to set this whole thing off right here.
You got a can of gasoline?
Hey,
hand it to me.
why are you yelling? You're like a foot from me.
Yeah. Take it easy.
There's nothing more hilarious than a very animated woman who then has her animation pointed out to her.
She does not appreciate it.
That's why the word calm down.
That's
is
never
not a good idea. No. Instead, you just say, hey, why are you yelling? You're like a foot from me.
You know, with dudes, most of the time, or at least in my experience, when you tell a dude to calm down, he's just like, he either ignores it or he's like, interprets it and tries to do it, whatever. It doesn't work that way. I mean, it's just the difference in women and men. It's not
Have you ever tried this trick where someone's yelling at you and it's just, get a little bit quieter.
As you do? Yeah.
I would like to think that Kash Patel, part of the reason why she was going nuts is because he just kept mouthing at her, calm down. Calm down.
Ma'am. Calm down. Ma'am. Take it easy. Take it easy.
And by the third one, that's when she was really like, it's like, all right here, crazy.
Yeah, that's right.
Good luck.
The people over at MSNBC want you to know all that stuff you saw on social media, people celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, the people that were losing their jobs, the people that were being, relieved of their duties, at universities or at, there are so many different industries that were touched by this. But the people at MSNBC want you to know what you saw is not what you saw.
The latest sport.
I think if you look across media generally, you have seen a lot of people trying to grapple with Charlie Kirk's legacy and what that is as a right-wing agitator and as a provocateur and as, a strategist and the most important GOP figure besides Donald Trump, arguably ever. And so, or right now. And so there's a lot of grappling to do, but to suggest that the internet is cheering for this is just the opposite. Total opposite of what's actually happening.
Have you been on the internet?
Ever?
Have you gone to internet.com?
Good.
Have you checked out Blue Sky? Have you been to Reddit or Mother Jones?
Blue Sky had to release a statement because it had got so vile on their website. You saw it. I saw it. Everybody saw it. This is basically what Jimmy Kimmel did, right? She knows she's lying to her audience. The difference is she's cable. Somebody's paying her to talk about these things and give whatever she wants to say.
And you don't have the FCC rules that apply.
That's the only difference, because she is outright, much like Kimmel did, outright lying, and she knows it, and she knows you know it, and she's still doing it.
I did enjoy this from Dave Portnoy. He being the El Presidente, the guy who runs Barstool.
Yep.
And Portnoy made a really good point about cancel culture. Says it's one thing if you were to go back to, let's say, something in Tug's past from morning radio 20 years ago and say, oh, that's offensive, or I take offense to that because the culture has changed. Like, I don't interview homeless people anymore for their football picks.
But I
used to.
Yeah.
And it was real funny. But people would find that extremely offensive now. And so, listen, I'm at a different point in my career. I do different stuff. Yeah, right. Sorry, when I was doing it 23, I'm not doing it 43.
Matt Walsh got caught up in this. At some point, somebody tried to pull his old rock radio days and
tried to turn it into something to cancel with.
That's right.
Dave Portnoy said this would be like a Jimmy Kimmel if you went to go find something from the Man Show, like when he was in blackface.
Yeah.
Okay? If you want to get upset about that, then that's cancel culture. When you get upset about something he said last night, that's not cancel culture.
That's reaction.
That's reaction. That's in real time.
That's right.
Portnoy has a really good point about that. That's not going back and saying, hey, current day, don't y'all all feel this is offensive? The amount of people that actually were shocked, young people, that found Robert Downey Jr. in blackface from Tropic Thunder from nearly 20 years ago, a movie that can't be made today, and how hilarious that movie is. They're like, really? He was in this? George Floyd would be upset. I got to go pray to my George Floyd statue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's cancel culture. What's happening to Jimmy Kimmel is not cancel culture.
And what's happening to these people on college campuses and what's happening to people at UPS stores.
No, that's a reaction to you being ugly.
Because your company doesn't owe you freedom of speech. Your government does.
Yes. We're not going to lock you up. But your company doesn't have to keep you working at Kinko's.
They don't owe you anything. Yeah, like it's funny you bring up the Kinko's thing because it was Office Depot when they wanted to get
some Charlie Kirk posters.
Posters just for the vigil, and they're like, no, we're not doing it. He's this, that, and the other thing. They captured
They said it was
video.
divisive.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
And the store didn't have any policy towards this. This was strictly a call made by two people that were working in there.
They let their own politics guide what they did for that company. And that company said, Office Depot, they said that doesn't reflect our values at all. Both of these people are fired. And we, would absolutely print those Charlie Kirk vigil posters for you. So, yeah, I don't feel bad at all about anybody celebrating murder and being held to account. I think justice is important, and the truth is important. Doing the right thing is important. You didn't have to agree with Charlie Kirk. You didn't even have to like Charlie Kirk. When you saw what happened to him, a human being says, this is terrible. This is awful. This should never happen. A human being says that. A ghoul doesn't.
And I'll tell you where the media is being completely false with you, not being truthful. So I went over to Mother Jones because I was like, I want to see what Mother Jones has on all this stuff.
Boy, I can't wait to hear that.
One of the things they won't touch on a whole lot is Charlie Kirk. They'll use it as a backdrop for a story. And there's an article that's written, this was as of 2 days ago. And this is from Abby Velosalis. It says remember, the whole goal is, let's say it's all of us. Let's say it's all of us.
Both.
It says both the left and right are targeted by political violence. Who perpetrates it? Well, yes. Both the left and right are targeted by political violence. One of the very first things they bring up Melissa Hortman, who was killed by who?
A leftist.
Who was appointed by who?
Tim Walz.
Who he then told police that he had a hit list in order to perpetrate Tim Walz eventually becoming a senator in the state of Minnesota. He was a nutso who also, by the way, killed Melissa Hortman after she voted for what?
To remove healthcare, Medicare services from illegals. Yeah.
She voted with who?
The
Republicans. It also points out, well, Josh Shapiro got the governor's mansion firebombed.
Again.
Perpetrated by who?
A
pro-Palestinian.
Yeah, pro-Palestinian supporter activist.
This entire article points out, here are the two sides that have been targeted. And every one of them is from the left.
Right, because they don't have anything else, man.
Every single one of them.
And to the freedom of speech thing, which I don't know if they cover in that or not, and we talked about it a little bit earlier, worth bringing up again, CNN and MSNBC they had people on talking about Charlie Kirk and why he was killed. And they didn't say anything about his freedom of speech. It was never brought up. Now, all of a sudden, freedom of speech is important when it's Jimmy Kimmel. It's so clear what needs to happen, what should happen, and what has happened so far. It should be clear to everybody. Anybody celebrating the murder of an American citizen for having different beliefs is a ghoul. And I just can't feel that bad for you.
You were more than welcome. And this is what you chose not to do, the shooter. You're more than welcome to walk up to that man with a microphone and have a discussion with him.
He would invite him to the front of the line.
And you chose instead to get up on a perch and shoot him rather than walk up to his face with a microphone and debate him. That is decidedly un-American, but these people are decidedly un-American.
And it's not taking the out that he took is not the brave path. Walking up to, like you're saying, walking up to him, having the courage of your convictions, explaining your beliefs and why he's wrong, proving it in front of a group of 1,000 people.
I told you, I got punched in the arm at a bar because a woman who was just taking apart this drunken guy who said he was going to vote for Donald Trump. She gave me a look, and she's like, well, do you want to get into this? And I was like, yeah, I don't think you really want to have a debate with me. And by the time we were done, the bartender was like, yeah, I'm buying you beers from here on out. It's like she thought she was so smart, and I was like, it's called a pretzel.
Did she get up and leave?
She was so emotional by the time that I was done, which, by the way, I was never emotional. And I started with a very simple question. I was like, I understand that you're interested in voting for Kamala Harris. What is her biggest policy that she's endorsed that you're a fan of?
Okay, well, she never shared any policy.
She sat there spinning and spinning and spinning.
And then it came back to Trump's bad, Trump negative.
And then it turns to violence.
Yeah.
Which, again, we saw an ultra version of it from what happened in Utah. But when you cannot discuss your ideas, largely on the left, it then turns into, I'd rather punch you.
8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert. 770-GET-HEAT, It's not just in colleges and universities in New York and California, but the leftist garbage is being pushed on students here in Georgia, too. Next on Xtra 106.3.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, September 18th. It's an off day for the Atlanta Braves after a 9-4 win yesterday afternoon to close out their series in D.C. against the Nationals. The Braves will be back in action Friday night as they continue the road trip as they move on to Detroit to take on the Tigers. From the NFL, Week 3 in the league begins tonight as the 2-0 Buffalo Bills will host the 0-2 Miami Dolphins in an AFC East divisional matchup. The Bills are a rather large 11.5-point favorite for this game tonight on Thursday Night Football. As for the Falcons, they'll be in Charlotte this weekend. They take on the Carolina Panthers. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
This fall, the gridiron calls, which means you'll be road tripping to games across the South, and you'll need a reliable ride to get you there. And Subaru of Gwinnett has the vehicle for you. But a new car, truck, or SUV from Subaru of Gwinnett is about way more than just getting to the games. It's about getting the family home. It's about getting to work safely, but it's also about getting the most out of every adventure. If you're driven by an adventurous heart, the 2025 Subaru Outback shares your spirit with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive and up to 32 miles per gallon. Or maybe it's the all-new 2025 Subaru Forester. It holds the road with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, and it holds everything you need for the tailgate. And no matter where adventure takes you, it starts on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth with the amazing staff at Subaru of Gwinnett. They'll help you find the Subaru that you'll love and be there every step of the way for everything you need. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com and let your adventurous mind run wild. Then stop in for a test drive on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth.
Hey, this is John Flading. I'm the president and owner of ATL Turf Co. We have become a highly sought-after turf installation company in the Atlanta and North Georgia luxury residential market. Big reason for that is our installers are ATL Turf Co. employees. We do not outsource labor. They are trained to be experts in the turf installation process, drainage, grading. Just go to atlturfco.com to schedule an appointment.
Hey, it's a Kimmer talking about Stovall.
Yeah, I just wanted to brag on Stovall. I went up there and actually got a quote on some of their material up there, and he gave me the quotes I wanted, but he said what would work best, they don't carry, and referred me to one of their competitors. That's how good they are. And sure enough, he was right. The material he was talking about that they don't carry, it's actually going to work best for me. So I've got that on the way. It all worked out well. Makes me want to go back and buy something from them now.
Folks, when it comes to landscaping supplies, start at Stovall. 11 locations around Atlanta. Online at StovallInc.com.
I'm Chad Berglund with the Speaker's Lobby. There's always a fight over government funding as the fiscal year expires on October 1st. Usually it's a fight between Democrats and Republicans. But this year features a change. Democrats fighting each other, and House Democrats tangling with Senate Democrats. House Democrats were virtually united against a Republican spending bill in March. But then Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer relented and helped prevent a shutdown. Democrats are now wanting more fight from Democratic leaders and Chuck Schumer. Quote, he made a calculated risk and it did not turn out well, said New Jersey Democrat Donald Norcross of Schumer. New York Democrat Adriano Espaillat says, quote, the American people have expressed themselves clearly and loudly that they want us to fight back on all levels. And if in fact we engage in a shutdown, it would be a Republican shutdown because they're the ones that are making it difficult for anybody to reach an agreement with these egregious cuts. House Democrats also see this month's battleground as dramatically altered compared to March. President Trump is now clawing back money already allocated by Congress. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Donald Trump's America.
For the first time, President Trump was the guest of honor at a second state dinner in the UK.
But this is truly one of the highest honors of my life. Such respect for you and such respect for your country.
The president sang of the king.
He has uplifted the poor, cared for rural farmers, and tended to wounded veterans like nobody else.
The royal treatment from King Charles III displayed diplomatic overtures as the U.S. and U.K. finalize a trade deal to not only lower tariffs, but enhance private partnerships.
Today, our alliance spans every field of endeavor and shows vast potential for growth.
The banquet table inside Windsor Castle seated more than 150 guests from the worlds of government, finance, and big tech. Still, the state visit was met with large demonstrations in both Windsor and London, with protesters criticizing the royal invitation. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
From the latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust, your best new follow on social media is Extra 1063. We're at XTRA 1063 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Extra personalities. Get the latest on our live events and so much more. Follow at Extra 1063 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Xtra on Extra 1063. While Los was out of the studio, I found me the funniest videos of animals ever. And it's, it's just the most random videos of funny animal clips. And like this lady walked up to a chicken on her farm and said, "I need an egg right now," and dropped an egg. Just the timing was so good. And I just sit and giggled to myself. That's the things that that keep me entertained right there. Funny animal videos. So if you see them, share them, please.
I don't know why I love the video, and I've got to find it again. It's to DMX, X gonna give it to you. And it's a video that I've seen it when it was on Instagram. Yeah. It's like me and a weekend with the boys. Yeah. And it's all just gorillas, apes, and they're running around acting crazy, and they're drinking out of bottles, and some of them are smoking. And they're just going wild. It's just, you just hear, ho, ho. And they're just, yeah. And I'm like, okay, that does seem like a fun weekend with the boys.
Why is it that a monkey smoking a cigarette is so
makes
dang
me laugh
funny?
Every time.
Dude, I can't breathe. I laugh so hard at that stuff. So good. Kevin, 404-741-1230. Kevin, what's on your mind, man?
Hey, guys. Good morning. How you doing?
Morning, Kevin.
Thanks.
Hey, just wanted to call in and thank you guys for keeping the spotlight on this special election. I've been hearing you talk about it.
Yes, sir.
Heard you this morning say Jason's coming on tomorrow. That's great.
Jason's coming tomorrow, 9:25, yes, Kevin.
That's right. I'll be there watching. Wanted to let people know you can still early vote today and tomorrow, and then Election Day on Tuesday. So get out there. The least you can do is let your voice be heard through your vote.
There you go, Kevin.
Very important. Kevin, thanks for the reminder once again. Yes, Jason Dickerson will be with us tomorrow, 9:25. This is one of those special elections when we talk about taking your energy, your frustration, your passion, everything that occurred from last week and putting it in the right place. Don't let the left have this seat. Take it away from them. Make sure that they can't have some sneaky little way of getting a hold of it. You drive it home that seat does not belong to them.
That's right. District 21. Make sure you know. And you could just do a quick search if you're not sure if you're in District 21 or not, because it covers a pretty good swath of area. Just do a quick Google search. What district in Georgia am I in? And you'll find it there. Their website.
Cherokee and North Fulton.
There you go. That's what it is, right? Yeah. But just in case you don't know, because there is fine lines, because it's part of Alpharetta, but not all of Alpharetta.
Right.
Just be aware. I think that's the most important.
And if you show up and they tell you you're not in the district, say, well, who do I have to go bring?
That's right.
Can you tell me what street? I'll drive over that street and I'll start bringing it. Hey, who wants to vote for Jason?
Come on. We need Jason to keep this seat that Brandon Beach held now that he's joined the Trump administration. I ran across this and know some kids that go to the University of North Georgia. My son now plays in the Peach Belt, which would be playing against the University of North Georgia down at Augusta. And this young woman shared this book that she's been tasked to read. A lot of people think that this is only in New York and California. The craziness that we're seeing is here too. So this book, listen to what it labels Christians as in her text.
I might be getting canceled for this, but I'm kind of pissed off. Anyway, I'm a senior in college and I'm in international public relations, and I was told to read Chapter 8 this week of International Public Relations, Negotiating Culture, Identity, and Power. I'm reading, I just opened it up to Chapter 8 about 5 minutes ago. I've been sitting here in awe. Chapter 8 is titled Contested Identities, Shifting Publics in a Globalized World. I'm going to read you what I just read and where I stopped. Identity may be one of the most contentious words of the new millennium. An internet search produces the following modifiers for identity: corporate, sexual, digital, public, racial, national, brand, and even Christian. A U.S.-based white supremacist group.
Christians are U.S.-based white supremacist
group.
This is at the University of North Georgia in Dahlonega, where this kid goes to school. This is the BS that your kids are being fed, and your tax dollars, because a lot of these kids are going to school on the Hope Scholarship, right? So the lottery and all that's filtered through the government. Your tax dollars go to support a bunch of these universities, and that's what's being fed to your kids. I couldn't believe that happened at the University of North Georgia, that I've been on their campus before. And sure enough, this young woman's a senior. And in another part of the video, she says, I'm a Christian. I obviously don't believe myself to be a white supremacist. I think I would know if I were.
I was just considering this, and as I'm reading this book, I went, wow, I'm a white supremacist. Never considered myself in this way.
This poor young woman has been told, hey, this is what you are, and we're going to assign you a book to convince you of it.
Would you like some good news?
I would, yes.
So Burt Jones, friend of show, was another one of those people that highlighted this and pointed out, here's what's going on at University of North Georgia. Well, University of North Georgia has decided to respond back. It says, quote, "We are aware of and understand recent concerns raised about a passage in the textbook used in a senior level public relations course. To be clear, the textbook is not describing Christians as white supremacists. The author's references to the Christian Identity Movement, a U.S.-based extremist group that misuses Christian symbols to promote hate. We recognize how this mention could be misinterpreted, and we're reviewing the matter."
Goodness gracious. Well, that's good news.
At least they're aware that somebody put it out there and they had to respond to it because of the backlash.
But isn't that what social media is at its best? Holding people accountable, transparency, to be able to... Look, there's a lot of bad about social media. There's a lot of bad stuff about social media. It can be considered a cancer in some instances. But being able to hold people to account for their actions and their behaviors is a good thing, and good for you and Gene. And for clarifying.
And good for the young woman who still says, I did speak with my professor about the Christian Identity Movement. I don't believe the book was referring to that.
Okay, good news. That's that's the happy ending to stories.
Well, again, saying the book was still basically saying Christians are white supremacists, whereas the professor saying, no, Christian Identity Movement is something to pay it. The professor seems to have it right.
Yeah.
The
book does not. Okay, that's what you're saying. Yeah. Goodness. I just know you better be paying attention to what it is that your kids are learning and reading. And that was, if there's anything that came out of COVID, that would probably be it, right? The fact that parents were then able to actually see what their kids were into.
That's when I saw the book White Bird.
Yeah.
Which happened to take everything. We got to review that at some point, because everything that's going on, it referred everything that was going on in terms of Trump 1 administration to what the Nazis were doing in the early 40s.
And that was middle school?
That was an elementary school book.
Even worse. Goodness gracious. Yes, we need to go over that again, for sure.
I've got it. It'll shock you.
There's been a breakthrough with Congressman Tim Burchett, and Los may be over the moon about it. Yeah. We'll talk about it next on Extra.
Time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
At an event last night when word started spreading that ABC had taken Jimmy Kimmel off the air. Indefinitely, they say. What did he do? He said that the man who murdered Charlie Kirk was part of a MAGA gang, Make America Great Again. Yep, he was a Trump ally, and that they were trying to do everything they could to score political points by implicating conservatives in that assassination. It seems that a group called Xtra that has hundreds of TV stations, many of whom carry Jimmy Kimmel and ABC programming, said that they just weren't going to carry it anymore. ABC had to act. Moving to sarcasm font, Jimmy Kimmel is so immensely talented that he'll have no problem finding another gig. End sarcasm. What really bothers me here is the involvement of the FCC. Brendan Carr is the chairman of the FCC, and he wants to emphasize the fact that broadcasters are given the right to express opinions and they have to act in the public interest. Nonsense. I'm sorry, but the FCC is outdated. They should enjoy every single editorial or programming freedom that any other media outlet enjoys. Don't give me this scarcity of broadcast bans argument. It is no longer valid. The FCC should be doing one thing, protecting rights in the use of a frequency. Nothing more. The rest of it is left up to the public, to the private businesses that own those radio and TV stations. They're taking care of this matter. We don't need federal government involvement. Wish I had more time here, but think about it. Why do we need the FCC controlling editorial content on radio and TV stations? Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Is there any other leader in the world history that you have ever heard of who's anything like what Donald Trump has been doing and be able to accomplish?
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
Honoring Charlie Kirk. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Congress plans to do that in a House resolution that'll be voted on this afternoon, 8 days after Kirk's assassination. And we're learning more about the suspected gunman's arrest.
Some information was provided about Tyler potentially having some suicidal ideations, was en route to a remote area of Washington County. The parents convinced him not to do that.
Sheriff Nate Brooksby says Tyler Robinson was quiet when he turned himself in with his parents, who after getting threats are now staying far away from Utah. The same goes for Robinson's roommate, who he reportedly confessed to professing a hatred for Kirk. Now, what Jimmy Kimmel said about the suspect, suggesting he was right-wing MAGA, has Kimmel off the air. ABC suspended the show indefinitely.
He first made these statements the day after Kirk's murder. He began with this quote, "With all these terrible things happening, you would think that our president would at least make an attempt to bring us together, but he didn't." Then, on the following Monday and Tuesday, Kimmel claimed the MAGA gang was trying to capitalize on the murder and score political points.
Fox's Chanley Painter, the SAG-AFTRA media union's critical of Kimmel's suspension, calling it the type of suppression that endangers everyone's freedoms. But President Trump, in a Truth Social post, congratulated ABC. The president is now at a meeting in Britain with business leaders and Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
There's so much to celebrate in the special relationship between our two countries.
Making those ties closer than ever before. We've done some things that financially are great for both countries.
And the two just signed the new U.S.-UK technology investment agreement. 2 police officers are in critical but stable condition the morning after 3 other officers were shot dead in York County, Pennsylvania, where Fox's Brian Yennis reports.
This all started after police responded to a domestic-related investigation that began on the previous day. The situation, though, quickly devolved into a deadly shooting with dozens of police responding.
The gunman was shot dead in return fire. America's listening to Fox News.
We all know the importance of good daily habits, whether it's getting your steps in, stretching those limbs, or eating right. Doing it on the regular is key. That's why if you're dealing with everyday aches and pain, it's time to bring Relief Factor into your routine. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a special formula of 4 natural ingredients. Relief Factor doesn't just mask pain, it helps reduce or even eliminate it. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So call 1-800-4-RELIEF and try their 3-week quick start for only $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Simply call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're having pain, don't let it keep you from living the life you want. Make Relief Factor part of your daily routine. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
It took 100 years, but finally there's a conservative voice you can trust. Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3.
We come in ready to talk about the daily news, the topics that matter to you, and hopefully the topics that matter to the majority of the people that listen to the show. But
go ahead, you can just say it. What? You can just point that every now and then you have to give me a bone.
No, it's not what. No, it's not at all what I was going to say.
We talk about really important things, that every now and then Los needs to have his.
That's not at all.
He needs to have his conspiracy theory bone, so he'll keep doing the show.
That's not it at all. What I was going to say is that there was not one topic that Los looked forward to more than this topic right here. That's what I wanted to present.
I think I will tell you that when I posted it in our show notes, all I wrote was, I told you, Tug, I told you.
In all caps.
That's all I wrote. All caps. Now, just to kind of pull back the curtain a little bit, in our show notes, typically, if you write about it earlier in your notes, it's important to you. You know, it's just like, here's one.
This was square one.
It wasn't my most important thing for the show. It was my most important thing to me to tell Tug, see, I told you so.
And to add credence to this, to lend to its credibility, it's a man that talks like I do.
Yes.
And a man that I like a lot.
And thinks like I do.
Yes, that's right.
He's part of our blend. He's part of our Voltron.
Yes, that's right.
There's some part of him that appeals to Jure. We're not sure what it is yet, but he's part of our Voltron. So Tim Burchett, representative out of Tennessee.
Based in Knoxville. He's a big Tennessee Vols fan. Probably upset over the weekend.
He has been one of the leading proponents of discussing UAPs. Now, the reason why, and he'll bring it up, is because this is a threat within the airline industry, within the military-industrial complex of what exactly is that? And does that make it dangerous for our pilots out there? So they find him on the street, like, just regular citizen journalists. And this happens all the time.
With him specifically.
Yes, they will see a congressman on the street and they will just ask them a couple of questions. You see this all the time, typically when somebody's like mired in problems. Like any of our guys, like Buddy Carter didn't have to worry about being harassed on the street. But if you happen to be part of, I don't know, sleeping with a Chinese spy and you're Eric Swalwell, you probably get harassed on the street. Somebody's going to talk to you.
But there's something about Burchett that people are drawn to. I don't know if it's his sense of humor, his dialect. I don't know what it is about him, but I see more people asking him questions all the time. Remember the time that somebody asked him a question, he was like, did your mom address you? It's like he just fired. He didn't even answer the question. He's just he's such an interesting character.
So they were asking him about UAPs. Remember, now not going to tell you what to think about it. Not going to tell you what Tug thinks about it.
What? I don't know what I think about it. I'm still trying to formulate an opinion of what I think about it.
Tim decided that this is what you need to know about it.
What if these are entities that are here on this earth, that have been on this earth, that who knows how long, and that we think they're coming in from way out. Maybe they did a millennial ago, but they're here and they're in these deep water areas. And that's why, like we say, we know more about the face of the moon than we do what's going on there. Now, we have a higher propensity of sightings around these 5 or 6, I believe, deep water areas. And so to me, it just it creates a question there. And then when we have naval personnel telling me that we have these sightings and that there's these underwater craft they're chasing that are doing hundreds of miles an hour, and the best we've got is something that does maybe just a little under 40 miles an hour. So I got a lot of questions about that stuff, and I mean,
I would like to point something out to you, members of the Tug jury.
Yes.
If you've ever seen the documentary The Abyss, they've been trying to tell you for 30 years that there's stuff way down there that you don't understand. James Cameron was telling you that something is way down there that you don't understand. In The Abyss, they tried to tell you, just like the documentary Stargate. All right? That's another one. Not really sure how this works. We do know that there's Stargates and some aliens built the pyramids. All right. That's where we're at. Man, for those of you that are really into conspiracy theory, it's like, this is a fun one.
He hit you with a, what if?
What if? How long they've been here?
A millennia or something. And he says it with conviction, man.
If just the idea of propulsion underneath the water, they can't explain what these things are doing.
Moving at hundreds of miles an hour, or a submarine, like he said, moves at about 40. Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating. I do have lots of questions about the pyramids. How in the world? Like, I don't know. Could we build the pyramids today? Do you think we could make them the way that...
I would not imagine that if you were to tell me we have to do it in the way that they claim they did.
But that's what I mean.
No.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, with the technology, sure, we build skyscrapers.
But even with our technology, we would have a very difficult time.
Yeah.
And when they were first built, they were covered with limestone.
We've got
They're
some
bright and shiny.
That's right. We got some stuff we got to figure out here.
Buddy, I don't know.
Might be a power plant, Tug.
I don't know how to figure it out. It might be.
Might be an olden power plant.
That's what Tesla was on to.
Because there was nobody buried in them. That was something that we grew up with, but there was never anyone buried in them.
I thought they had found some people buried in there. I didn't know.
You have different areas where you will have you will have different sites all throughout Egypt that'll have burials, but as far as like the massive
pharaohs and all this,
no.
There's still a bunch of pyramids that they've been able to see from the air with the laser technology where they can map it out, but we have not been able to go and find those pyramids in the jungle. It's in the Amazon.
We have those out there too. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of all this. I mean,
I'm just glad you're making something of it.
Well, no, when I saw whatever that was last week when Angel Face Anna Paulina Luna was talking about a Hellfire rocket missile bouncing off of something, and that
ain't right.
That ain't right. Exactly. I'm like, something. There's something. I don't know what it is. I don't pretend to understand it. I don't pretend to know what any of it is. I don't read about it like y'all do. It just doesn't. It oftentimes doesn't hit my radar screen. And sometimes those things that are just impossible to understand or impossible to know what's going on, I'm just like, okay.
I'm just hoping that at one point, like you have to sit there and read like the Book of Enoch, and you're like, oh man, it's like, dang it, they've got me all the way in here now. They've done it to me.
In church once in a while.
They brought it to me. I brought it up with my pastor. And he kind of looked at me like, shh, don't say that too loud.
You ain't supposed to talk about that one.
You're not supposed to talk about that, Tug.
Yeah, I don't pretend to know, y'all. I don't.
But thank you. Thank you for entertaining Tim Burchett.
It's hard not, dude. He's fantastic. He's
very matter of fact.
He doesn't really mince
words. Here's the stuff. We don't know what it is.
He didn't bounce around. He didn't give you.
It's in the water. It's real deep. We don't know.
Ain't nobody been down there. We know about more things than the face of the moon.
He's like, you know what you should probably do? You should probably go watch The Abyss.
Yeah, that documentary.
I'll tell you what's down there.
That and Terminator 2, because that's the
it's the next one.
Yeah,
it's an AI documentary,
dude. That's the thing, man. When I saw that robot dog with the machine gun on the back, y'all remember seeing that? I don't know. It's been a few months ago, I guess, or maybe a year ago. I just remember seeing that, and I was like, "Dear heavens, this looks like the end of civilization." That that robot dog with a machine gun on its back. I'm not sure we need those.
But aren't you glad we have them?
Yeah.
There's a lot of things we don't need, but aren't you kind of glad you got it, just in case?
I just don't know that that's going to be used for good. You know what I mean? And who has that? Like, because that's just a company. You know what I mean? They're just like, hey, I got an idea. We're going to make this
I got a
dog.
robot defense system.
And you can, run it around your property, and it's got a Gatling gun on its back.
Why not? I mean, if we could have had sharks with laser beams.
Yeah, you've done that too.
In your moat.
Yeah, that's exactly right. What do you think comes of his statement? I mean, obviously they're doing hearings.
Nothing.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I think that's, for me.
I think this is some of our technology with some other stuff we don't understand.
Yeah.
At least that's what I hope. I hope it's not somebody else's technology.
Yeah.
We have no way to counter it.
Yeah, I don't believe that, because I'm not saying the Chinese don't have anything that we don't have, but they usually steal from us to make their stuff good. You know, I mean, look at their aircraft carriers. Looks just like our aircraft carriers. They're the new stealth fighter that the Chinese looks like the stealth fighter that we have. So I don't believe that they're leapfrogging us. If they were, they wouldn't need to steal our stuff to make their own. You know what I mean? Am I making sense there?
No, it makes sense. I think that's the reason why we have every now and then a show of force with some of this stuff, just to let everybody know.
Especially
we got stuff you can't handle.
With the Patriot missile battery that they put in Japan, the Chinese are upset about that, because then all of a sudden you're not having to pull a battle group into close range to fire. I mean, you could physically fire it from Japan. They have I think Patriots, or no, it's Tomahawks and SM-6 missiles that they've stationed there in Japan that has pissed off the Chinese, which I think, much like with the things that are doing with the Venezuelans, like, hey, look, we know what you're doing, and we're going to let you know that we're not just overlooking it.
No, we're keeping an eye on you.
Yeah, that's what you have to do. There's no doubt about it. The Democrats, as far as voters, they're in a crisis. The New York Times has wrote about it. A lot of leftist outlets have written about it. And I do believe that people see what happened to Charlie Kirk and then the celebration of just death and destruction. They don't want to be a part of that anymore. And you're seeing people leave the Democrat Party in droves, and I understand why.
I think there's a multitude of different people that make up the Democrat Party. I wish it was all Aunt Pegs. Mm-hmm. But there is an emotional instability that is part of being an emotional person. Like it took watching what happened to Charlie Kirk to get me emotional. I'm typically just not an emotional person.
Yeah. But that's like nothing we've seen in our lifetime.
Yeah, like emotion for me is I'm excited at a kid's sport and up and down, and but I don't go home and go, let me fly off the handle one way or another, or I'm so excited about this, or I'm so mad about it. It's just like, no, I'm just pretty even keel about things.
Yeah.
I believe that there is an element of the Democrat Party who are limited when it comes to their emotion, and so they don't get caught up in some of the craziness that goes on. For instance, last night, when Jimmy Kimmel essentially was fired, like, this is the end of it. Your show is now suspended. No plans to come back. 32 stations that it won't be on, and then ABC follows that up. Just as you talked about, a report of asking him to apologize for his comments about Charlie Kirk and that he was assassinated by somebody who was MAGA. Just not true. You got the information right in front of you. We'll go to emotional, crazy Democrat number one.
Uh-oh.
Keith Olbermann, who last night said, yes, burn in hell, Sinclair, alongside Charlie Kirk. Mm. This is what continues to drive people my way, your way.
You can't tell people to change their life and have them do it. We've talked about that so many times, whether it's eating healthy or exercising.
That red pill does not come from us.
That's exactly right. It has to
Sometimes you've got to want it.
You've got to accept that what you've been seeing is not good. And because you talk about the left, the people on the left, the Democrats, like a run-of-the-mill Democrat that doesn't get caught up in all the craziness, right? They're just classical liberals, whatever.
Bill of Rights, free speech, the things they're interested in is what I'm interested in.
But when they see things like that, they have to recognize that, man, that's not good. That is
That's
not
not
in
me.
line. That's not in line with what I believe. And though I can't say that I agree with everything, if I'm the Democrat, I can't say I agree with everything Donald Trump's doing. But I'm definitely not there. You know what I mean? Maybe I've shifted to the right. Maybe I've always been there. Maybe the party's moving so hard to the left, but you have to notice it before you can make a change yourself.
There is a difference here. For instance, and I'm going to point out somebody that I enjoy her programming from time to time, but I know what I'm watching. There are times when I firmly believe that Candace Owens has gone off the deep end.
Yeah, me too.
And some of the stuff she gets into.
Sure.
And what have you now seen? Well, she does her own thing because no major networks will bring her around. No large broadcasters will bring her around.
Even the Daily Wire was like,
we're separating here. This has now gone to a level where we move away from it. The difference and the reason why I highlight Candace Owens is because Keith Olbermann has held jobs for the better part of 20 years. It only took until COVID where they were finally like, this dude's nuts.
Enough.
And it was ESPN 2 different times. You know, it was the Al Gore channel. It was MSNBC. It was everyone just kept like, this dude's nuts. Let's keep hiring him.
Yeah, right.
We actually start taking our nuttos and go, well, let's go ahead and kind of push you off to over here. They're celebrated. It's like, this person's super nuts. Let's make sure we give them a bigger platform.
Jasmine Crockett.
Super nuts.
Let's
give you a bigger platform.
Now, she's going to lose her seat. We know that. And they're not going to rescue her, but they have been satisfied with what she's done. There's nobody that ran away from her craziness.
No, they leaned into it.
That's exactly right.
Which is why she leaned into her character.
Yeah. Dude,
but think about the difference in those two.
Yeah, no.
And I think that's why you're getting, when you say Democrats are leaving in droves, it's because this is not supposed to be representative of a large movement.
Exactly. We're going to celebrate. Burn in hell, Charlie Kirk.
I mean, if
that's what he's that. Nobody can say that with a straight face. And that's such a horrendous thing to say. And if you're wrapped up in the Democrat Party and that's what they have become and that's what they represent, that shows on you, man.
If you want to tell me, and I love to hear from people when it comes to this stuff, I'm like, well, tell me what it was that Charlie Kirk said that was so out there, so outlandish. And it's always something secondhand. Well, he said this about this. Oh, really? Find the proof. Give me the link. Here, show it to me. That doesn't. And so, what does it really mean? It means that somebody was willing to go to places where, in a large extent, especially early on, they were not wanted. We went there, and he would have honest debates and be able to level. And again, one of the things he would always point out is like, that we can agree on, right? And that would be, okay, now we have a point of discussion here. And it was always, like, one of the funniest ones that goes on is a guy shows up at one of his debates and he opens up the pamphlet that was being given out, and it had what was basically a very simple to understand constitution. And the guy's like, do you see this? Like, this is totally mocking. He's like, well, that's a constitution for third graders. He's like, yes, it's totally mocking. He goes, okay, well, let's do this. Let's go. And he's like, what's the 10th Amendment?
Yeah.
What's the Fourth Amendment?
Couldn't have named them.
And as he pointed out, he's like, that is there for you. You should probably hold on to it because that is a third grade understanding of the Constitution. You couldn't answer anything in there.
Yeah, maybe you should pay attention.
Now, is that something that you would say that's mocking, or is that some truth telling?
It's both. I would say it's a little bit of both, right? Because sometimes having somebody call you out in front of a lot of people, is it mocking? Yes.
Is it scared straight?
But kinda. But it gets you to at least gets you to thinking.
Hopefully, it does.
Which was his whole purpose.
Which is, I'm going to think, you're going to think. Let's have this discussion. And so
the beauty was he was a college dropout.
So that ends up being burn in hell.
Yeah, because I can't rebut what you've said. Only thing I can do is take it secondhand and fan the flames.
And then say, well, this person was this. Like, so if you happen to bring up factual information and then have a discussion in which case your opinion might not even it was all that extreme. It's just, here's what I think about this scenario based on this information. If you have a problem with that, that requires burn in hell.
Yeah.
That's why the Democrats have people leaving.
Leap. But it comes down to, you have to realize it. I can't tell you. Los can't tell you. Nobody can tell you. until you get to that point where you go, that's a bridge too far, something isn't right with what I'm doing.
Where's this red pill you speak of?
Yes, that's right. Let me pop that thing and live a better life. That's why they're leaving. When we come back, the Kimmel crackdown as we wrap up the Morning Extra. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since 1999. 8779 Southern, southernexteriors.co. Windows, doors, siding, roofing, and gutters. They do anything you need done to the outside of your home.
The Morning Extra from 6 to 10. Glenn Beck until noon. Clay and Buck from noon to 3. And The Kimmer Show on your ride home from 3 to 6. Plus Jesse Kelly from 6 to 9. And Jimmy Vela from 9 to midnight. The voices you need all day with a conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Good morning. Let's talk about Howard Brothers and Toro Motors. It's September. Football's back. The mornings are cooler. The grass, you've noticed, it's still growing. It's still growing strong. This is going to be going on through the remainder of the season. That's why you need a Toro mower with powerful engines, precision cutting, and comfort that lasts. Toro makes quick work of late season mowing. Keep your lawn looking game day ready. Make it the envy of the neighborhood. Get your Toro from Howard Brothers. Their experienced team is ready to serve you at any of their 7 locations across North Georgia. Find one near you. HowardBrothers.com. That's HowardBrothers.com. Howard Brothers, serving the community since 1955.
Fall is here, football is back, and so is the perfect time to celebrate with something unforgettable. From September 15th through the 21st, enjoy up to 60% off all bridal and fine jewelry in store during our big Percentage Week sale. As proud partners of the Georgia Bulldogs and Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, we know what it means to shine on game day and every day. But hurry, once an item is gone, it's gone. Visit any of our 3 locations, Buckhead, Alpharetta, or Sharpsburg, or book your private appointment now at SolomonBrothers.com for the best selection and service. Family owned, trusted for generations, and home to Georgia's largest selection of fine jewelry. Solomon Brothers Jewelers, luxury, value, legacy. We will run out of the hottest items. Do book your appointment early and don't miss the Percentage Week, September 15th through 21st only. Solomon Brothers, where Georgia celebrates luxury, value, and legacy.
What is that sound?
It's our rejection detection system. It's showing that several men across Georgia are being denied intimacy by their partners due to ED.
How can this be?
Well, it's more common than you think. As men age, their bodies change. And unfortunately, once they get over 50, some things don't work like they used to.
So what do we do?
There's only one thing to do. We need to get them to Dr. Eric Deal at Total Body Therapy of Georgia. He can fix ED problems.
But how?
At Total Body Therapy of Georgia, they are experts in the P-shot, testosterone replacement, regenerative therapy, and Trimex to create an erection and more.
Hi, this is Dr. Eric Deal from Total Body Therapy of Georgia. Did you know that 50% of men over 50 struggle with some form of ED? Guys, it won't get better on its own. When it's not hard, it's really hard. But I can help you today. Call us at Total Body Therapy of Georgia at 404-777-1911 or learn more about us online at tbtofga.com.
Hey, it's Los here to tell you about a new, stress-free, and completely transparent way to purchase your next pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. It's with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, traditionally, I've been a payment buyer. How do you work with that type of buyer?
I have people that come in all the time and they want to spend $20,000. Okay, if their payments are $400 on 20 grand, they don't realize without the doc fees, without all this other stuff, we can put them in a 22 or 23 model car and we can spend a little bit more money and have the same payment. So if you're a payment buyer, don't come in here just saying, I want to spend 20 grand, because we can sit there and help you and we can put you in a newer car with lesser miles at a payment you need.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the honest car guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Thursday, September 18th. A memorial service is being held today at Truist Park for Preston Fant, the DeKalb County firefighter who tragically lost his life in the line of duty on September 8th. Fant will lie in state from 1 to 2 p.m. Thousands of first responders are expected to attend the service. A funeral procession honoring Fant will travel through the city of Marietta at approximately 3:30 on I-75, North Marietta Parkway, and Whitlock Avenue. Drivers are encouraged to use alternate routes. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger announced he's joining the race for governor of Georgia. He'll campaign against Attorney General Chris Carr and Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones in the Republican primary. Jones has been endorsed by President Trump. Businessman Clark Dean is also running as a Republican. On the Democrat side, former Lieutenant Governor and Republican Jeff Duncan and former Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms are the most notable names. And a Kennesaw man was arrested for trying to poison his roommate with bug spray. The victim said he checked video after noticing a smell while cooking and saw his roommate spraying his food with Raid. The suspect was arrested and charged with aggravated assault. Today's weather mostly sunny with temperatures in the low 80s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
Tug and Los until 10. We talked about Keith Olbermann. Do you want to hit that just because, this is the cut to the bone. Matt Walsh is a guy that I like, Matt. There's some things he talks about that I'm just like, whatever. We see things a little differently. But he is not afraid. He's much like Charlie Kirk in the way he's not afraid to share what he truly believes.
So what has been happening is you have a number of different people that have done Charlie Kirk's show in place of Charlie Kirk. Mm-hmm. Glenn Beck was doing it yesterday. The day before, it was Matt Walsh. You've had a Ben Shapiro. A lot of these different people have kind of, this is a way of paying your respects before leading up to Saturday, I believe, is the memorial service. It'll be over at the, I guess it used to be State Farm Dome or whatever.
I think it's still State Farm.
Okay, yeah. So basically their football facility is housing this thing in Phoenix, Arizona. Matt Walsh, remember, we talked about how Keith Olbermann said, burn in hell Sinclair alongside Charlie Kirk. Well, Matt Walsh decided to take that, repost it, and said, Keith, you're already living in hell. Old, unemployed, irrelevant, fired from every job you've ever had, unmarried and childless, spending your final years alone, S-posting into the void, begging to be noticed. When you die, you will leave behind no legacy, and there will be nobody to mourn you or even remember that you existed. Truly, I would rather be dead than live your life. I cannot imagine the misery that you feel every second of the day, and you deserve all of it.
Good Lord. That's something you probably right, that's something you probably wouldn't say to somebody typically. But goodness gracious, every line of it's true. That's the sad part. I think that's why it cuts so deeply, because all of it's true, Los.
Yeah,
every bit of it.
That's about laying it out there.
Dude, you have no legacy at all. Like, I don't have some grand legacy. I've got a wife and a son, right? And that I love to no end. And one day when I'm gone, I would like to think my son will look back and be like, man, my old man was all right. He was a pretty good dude, man. He gave me the opportunity to work hard and prove myself, and he taught me to do those things. That would be the legacy. It's not a grand legacy. It's not anything that anybody's going to write a book about.
And then your son's going to have to go to an all-star game.
That's right. Yeah, the way I
keep the string going.
That's right, absolutely right.
Otherwise, Dad will be disappointed in him.
That's right, looking down, all upset. But your legacy is, a beautiful wife and two beautiful daughters, man. You have a great family that's in.
It's so much more valuable than I hosted Sports Center.
Can you imagine thinking that was going to be the thing? Actually, I take that back, because a dear friend of mine who passed recently, he had put so much into his radio career, what he did. It meant so much to him. When it was gone, he couldn't cope. Mm-hmm. Like, it was who he was. Like, his legacy should have been these three beautiful kids and this wife.
Here's my family.
This is what. But he was so married to his job, and I know dudes do this probably more than women. If you're if you're a CEO of a company and you get let go, and your part of your identity is that job. I don't want that to be my identity. I want it to be that I spend time, that I take the time to spend with my son when he comes home, and that I have dinner with my wife at night.
I appreciate that when I start talking to neighbors, some friends, people that we've played volleyball with or against, every now and then there'll be a conversation where somebody will be like, oh, hey, I heard this guy's on your team.
Yeah.
And they always have the same question. so what's he like? And consistently, most of my friends are like, yeah, he's just a regular dude. He's just kind of fun. He's like, yeah, you know what he wants to do? He wants to get a beer after the match and hang out.
Yeah.
That, more so than anything we talk about, I hope is that legacy of, yeah, he tried to do it right and he tried to be a pretty decent dude and tried to have fun with everybody, while also trying to make sure that his girls were good people in the world and his wife was happy.
That's right. That's a legacy worth being proud of.
Whereas Oberman is just a bitter, disgusting old person.
And the only thing anybody knows about him is he was on ESPN. That's it.
That he hosted some shows.
Yeah. But I bet most people don't even know
he was
MSNBC.
never a Stuart Scott or anything else where, I hosted this during this time period, but all right, here are my kids. And here's the legacy I left. And here's my contribution to
society or to life.
Well, to cancer research and to fighting cancer. I mean, these are long-term legacy points. And all Oberman has is just being stuck in an apartment and mad at the world.
Angry.
It's wild.
Just completely angry.
We'll see what Jimmy Kimmel turns into. And we'll get into a little bit more of that next. But that's another one. It's like, okay. Because Kimmel, for the longest time, his legacy was hilarious.
Yeah, fun-loving dude.
Fun, man show. Even the start of that show, before it went so wildly political, Kimmel's funny when he's lighthearted and fun.
But he's lost the ability to do that.
Yes. It's just anger.
Colbert, same thing.
Colbert.
He's funny dude.
He was playing a mocking character as like this hard right-wing guy who has a bald eagle on his shoulder, and everything he does is from the right. And that was good enough to follow up The Daily Show with the Colbert Report, and people who were from completely different ends of the political spectrum were enjoying it.
Yeah.
Because it was mocking. It was funny.
It's funny, yeah. That's what comedy is supposed to be.
Then he goes over to CBS and turns it into what he turned it into, which became just a home to talk to Democrats every single show.
That's all it was. How many Democrats can I run through here? How many talking points can we share? I told you about this yesterday, that this Charlie Kirk assassin story is going to be spun to making this dude such a sympathetic character. And Los called it the Romeo and Romeo story. Because of the ABC reporter, Matt Gutman, that just gushed so much. And he was so committed to what he was trying to convey to the audience that were watching him on ABC that he added lines into the report that weren't part of the text thread. So there's a podcast host that works with Matt Taibbi. I don't know him well, but he laid it out perfectly. And he sees exactly what I saw, that they're trying to make this over, trying to make you swoon over a cold-blooded killer the same way that they did the dude that killed the United Healthcare CEO. They're trying to do that. That's what's important to them. They're trying to take away from the brutal nastiness, the kind of the Keith Olbermann kind of way of thinking. And being, and turn this into this story, trying to redefine the characters that are a part of it and what they did and said and who they are and why you should care about them.
There's something really gross about trying to take a story like this that is he largely tried to take a story that is about the brutal murder of someone in front of his family and friends, and tried to turn it into some sort of duality between, I'm about to do the ugliest thing that you can possibly do in terms of political assassinations, but I'm doing it for my love. I was like, no, maybe you should read into what actually they were a part of. Maybe you should actually look into the discussions as we find out more and more about what they were talking about on Discord. I'm willing to bet that they were ultra violent with the stuff that they were discussing.
Without a doubt. I have no doubt about it. The guy's name is Walter Kern. He does the podcast with Matt Taibbi. Listen to this, is how he described it. A story that began with a clear, traditional moral shape, innocent victim, vile perpetrator, will be transformed using secondary characters, new revelations, and other dramatic elements into its very opposite, a forbidden love, persecuted by religious bigots, and a poignant, rebellious, heartfelt protest against a world that does not understand. That's the Romeo and Romeo story that they're trying to build in the mainstream media that started with Matt Gutman on ABC.
You know how I know that's true? Because the story, as an absolute, man's crazy, man's involved with a woman who has a penis, man who's crazy, who is fanatical because of his indoctrination into ultra-violent left-wing policy, decides to shoot the most prominent person not in office on the right. They have to dress it up because it drives away so many people. It destroys the power, the hardcore power of the Democrat Party. It's going to have to be turned into a Romeo and Romeo story, in which case we were persecuted to such a high level. This was our only response to that. And as you pointed out, religious bigotry. You can watch video after video of person who's trans or any other sort of level of confusion or any sort of level of treatment who go up to Charlie Kirk, and through his Christian faith, he tells you, I love you. He's like, I worry about you. I'm concerned about what some of these people are trying to get you to do.
I'm even concerned about your mental health.
And as he told one woman who was asking about puberty blockers, he said, I just hope that you can find happiness in your current body rather than loading yourself up with drugs. If that's somehow Christian bigotry, I'd really like to see what Christian bigotry actually is.
But that's the way it's being painted, dude.
It has to be. It has to be.
And that's what's going to happen. And we've seen it. And we knew it was coming. That's the crazy thing is, by the way that the reporting is being done, by the words that they selectively choose to use, that they are trying to paint something very different. So you go, well, maybe Charlie Kirk did deserve it.
There was a woman that I've seen from another one of the Charlie Kirk videos, and this one was she's as rainbowed out as possible. And she goes up to the microphone, and she has, a question she has on her phone, her pad. And a lot of people would always prep stuff just to be ready to have a discussion. Yeah. And I think that adds to what you're going to do. And she started talking about, are your beliefs within laws in this country based on your Christian faith? And as Charlie Kirk was always adamant about, this is important to me, but when it comes to what I view as laws, those are on their own. That my faith is not being plugged into this stuff. So what I believe about taxation isn't based on, hey, what I learned in church. I'll tell you, this is what I believe. And so by the time that he explains this, the woman just kind of stops in her tracks and it's like, well, good, then I can listen to you more clearly. And they started having a discussion about how she had been wronged by the church. And so she was not willing to listen to anybody who was advocating where she thought it was coming from the sense of the church. And not only that, the cool part with Charlie Kirk, he kept calling her by name, found out her name, and then was like, thank you. And basically was like, hey, and as he told her, he's like, I hope at some point the church can make it up to you.
Yeah.
Like you're owed.
There's plenty of people that have been wronged by churches over the years.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I know people personally.
And that is somehow religious bigotry.
But if it's a murder, you have to dress it up. Like you're saying, man, you got to put curtains on it.
If and this is why you have them leaving in droves. It's why you have the young people are the revolutionaries in this, in that they are gravitating towards this guy because he was largely a hero for them, what he meant and the things he brought up. It was the sort of civil discourse you hope to be able to obtain the knowledge to be able to have with people.
That's right. Absolutely, man. The exchanges were extraordinary. And as we've talked about so many times since last Wednesday, everything that Charlie Kirk said, when it's used in a negative light, if you cross-reference it, it's not at all what he said anyway.
Play it for me.
Yeah.
Let me know.
And they can never. Like my buddy that I served with in the Navy and his post.
He had a problem with the Civil Rights Act. Well, the Civil Rights Act is what's being used right now to try and put men into women's sports. There are issues there. That's what he was highlighting.
That's exactly right. When we continue that Kimmel crackdown, next on Extra. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Southern Exteriors. 8779 Southern, southernexteriors.co.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, September 18th. It's an off day for the Atlanta Braves after a 9-4 win yesterday afternoon to close out their series in D.C. against the Nationals. The Braves will be back in action Friday night as they continue the road trip as they move on to Detroit to take on the Tigers. From the NFL, Week 3 in the league begins tonight as the 2-0 Buffalo Bills will host the 0-2 Miami Dolphins in an AFC East divisional matchup. The Bills are a rather large 11.5-point favorite for this game tonight on Thursday Night Football. As for the Falcons, they'll be in Charlotte this weekend. They take on the Carolina Panthers. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Now, some people that you would call to do some remodeling on the exterior of your home, they're big, gigantic companies. And a lot of times they're just too big to even care about the job. Now, they'll take it. They'll take your money, but they don't care about getting the job done the way you need it done. Some that are too small, like they want to do good work, they just don't have the resources. Southern Exteriors, they're right there in the sweet spot. Big company, buying power, but they're based in Jackson, Georgia. Hometown folks. So you get both. You get the benefits of a big company and the benefits of a small company. I trust Southern Exteriors, man. They do good work. Had them to my house. So many people have called me since hearing about them. And so many people have reached out on social media saying, hey, man, I used them for siding. Got new roof done with those guys. We did gutters, windows, doors. Because that's what we did, windows and doors. They handle thousands of projects. And they get everything that needs to be done for the job right away. They're able to keep the prices fair and the job on track because they have a foreman on site to make sure it happens. The person between the company and you. You don't have to, when you see something going wrong, try to find the phone number or the text thread that you've been on trying to say, hey, I don't think what's happening is supposed to. 25 years serving Metro Atlanta, really the Southeast. Small town care. They know your name. They show up on time and treat your home like it's their own. Give them a call, 877-9-SOUTHERN, southernexteriors.co. It's southernexteriors.co.
This fall, the gridiron calls, which means you'll be road tripping to games across the South, and you'll need a reliable ride to get you there. And Subaru of Gwinnett has the vehicle for you. But a new car, truck, or SUV from Subaru of Gwinnett is about way more than just getting to the games. It's about getting the family home. It's about getting to work safely, but it's also about getting the most out of every adventure. If you're driven by an adventurous heart, the 2025 Subaru Outback shares your spirit with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive and up to 32 miles per gallon. Or maybe it's the all-new 2025 Subaru Forester. It holds the road with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, and it holds everything you need for the tailgate. And no matter where adventure takes you, it starts on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth with the amazing staff at Subaru of Gwinnett. They'll help you find the Subaru that you'll love and be there every step of the way for everything you need. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com and let your adventurous mind run wild. Then stop in for a test drive on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth.
Atlanta, it's Mark from Atlanta Safe House. Can I have your attention, please? I have an important announcement. Our president has a backbone. Thank you, President Trump, for standing up for the American people. We sleep better knowing our country is protected. And speaking of protection, criminals laugh when you purchase a fake safe from a big box store. There's no better time to visit Atlanta Safe House and see what a real a real safe looks like. But wait, there's more. Now through the end of the month, save hundreds of dollars on all Browning, Fort Knox safes and vault doors. Drop by one of our locations or go to atlantasafehouse.com.
True Prep is celebrating 14 years with their biggest anniversary event ever. It all happens Saturday, September 27th at their Cobb Parkway location in Marietta. You'll find massive savings on dozens of items, plus free food, local vendors, and giveaways every hour from 11 to 2. And here's the big one. They're giving 30% off all used firearms and gear for one day only on September 27th. Don't miss the party, sales, food, and 30% off savings on all used firearms. Celebrate 14 years with True Prep. Get the details at trueprep.com. That's TRUprep.com.
Her name is Kayla. She's 17. She's alone, she's terrified, and pregnant, sitting in a clinic, tears, blurring, thinking abortion is her only option. Until she was offered a free ultrasound, paid for by a hero just like you. The moment Kayla heard her baby's heartbeat, the decision was made. And today, her little baby, Gabriel, is thriving because Preborn walked with Kayla every step of the way. Now multiply that by 38,000. That's how many babies Preborn has helped save this year. How many mothers Preborn has come alongside with practical and spiritual resources to make motherhood possible. But here's the most important thing you'll hear today. The goal is to save $70,000 by the end of the year, and they can't do it without you. Every $28 provides an ultrasound, the moment that changes everything. Will you be the reason the next Kayla chooses life? To donate, dial pound 250 and say the keyword baby. That's pound 250 baby. Or donate securely at preborn.com/Beck. That's preborn.com/Beck, sponsored by Preborn.
Need a break from all the political talk? Tune into Holy Crap It's Sports with Pete Davis every weekday at 5:20 on The Kimmer Show. It's your daily dose of what's hot in the sports world, from the field to the locker room, with Pete's unfiltered opinion and a side of laughs. It's smart, it's funny, it's sports with edge. Holy Crap It's Sports. Catch it at 5:15 only on The Kimmer Show on Extra 106.3.
Freedom of speech is being attacked. This is such a freedom of speech issue. That's what MSNBC is running with. That's what the leftist media is running with. That's what leftists in general are running with. They're only doing this because they're fascists. They're Nazis. They're the worst of the worst. I mean, Chuck Schumer last night on CNN said as much. He said, "Oh well, it's Trump's a Nazi. That's the reason this is happening."
Oh, I thought we learned our lesson there.
Yeah, no, there's no lessons.
Not really.
There's no lessons learned by any means. No,
apparently not. You know what? What's gonna have to happen? They're gonna need to have their butts kicked so badly in 2026.
You would have thought they already had it done by Trump.
But the reason why, it's because it is one of the general always happens. Whoever the incumbent party is will lose the House the next time around. Mm-hmm. That's why
history always
you got a 2-year window to get stuff done, because here's what's going to happen. And then every single time that administration has to center their message so that they work with Democrats in order to get the next round of legislation they want through. Most administrations look at it as, I've got all the power. Let's get all the stuff that's going to be really difficult to get done in the first year, the first 6 months, the first 8 months. That's already happened. If the Democrats take a beating in 2026, maybe that is, I don't know if it's going to be very obvious, but maybe that's the come to Jesus. Not that they would.
No, they would never do that.
But the meeting of we need to really change what we're doing, because 2024 didn't do it. But you always assume in 2026 you'll win the House. That's general.
I'm interested to see, because you do have some Democrats peeling off of the Mamdani thing, and that's probably them going, holy cow. They see exactly what you're saying.
This is not helping our national message.
It's exactly right. We have to do something different. And it's not many of them, but there are folks out there going, hey, Mamdani's not the way for the Democrat Party to be successful in America.
And the problem is, as they've said before when we were talking about in 2024 into 2025, they're searching for who is that message carrier, because MSNBC doesn't have it. It wasn't Jen Psaki. Rachel Maddow has basically throttled everything back to, I'll show up every now and then, let's do one show a week, whatever it's going to be. There is no big voice on the right. Now, we just had one that was silenced. Now, obviously, you've lost Limbaugh in recent years, but there is a large amount of Gen Z, Gen X people that are speaking about the things we're speaking about. They don't have their Joe Rogan, which is what they've been searching for. So which
is crazy, because they did, and they kicked him aside.
Well, and that's the problem. Yeah, they already had Joe Rogan. They're like, he grew up as a San Francisco hippie. He's all about, living wage and health care provided by the government. And yet he's speaking about the far left as, y'all, the Democrats just don't represent anything that has to do with anything I want.
Think about it. A man from San Francisco is going, y'all are too far left.
Y'all are too far. Y'all
San Francisco
are too far out there.
That's the apex of leftism.
He grew up with hippie parents. He's like, y'all are too far. So what has now happened? Even people like Jimmy Kimmel, who has been there, hey, we got Jimmy. Jimmy Kimmel, in the last 24 hours, blew the whole thing up. And you can tell me all about free speech and the FCC. Tug and I exist under FCC regulations. We know. We've always known. You and I have never, as long as we've been on a radio station, walked in front of the microphone. We have always been subject to FCC regulations. One of the issues you have with the FCC, I can say something and not be right. Okay, like I can have an opinion. Hey, the Braves are going to win tonight. Okay, I can be wrong. Like this does happen.
Yeah.
The deal is I'm not able to intentionally misguide the public. And when you take what is a political assassination and you misguide the public into making them believe that it was something that it was not.
Knowing
full well, that is when you run into FCC problems. That is when free speech is completely out the window. You have free speech from your government. You do not have free speech from the FCC, nor do you have it from your employer.
And that's the key thing. If you can find it, that the Portnoy, I think I love what Portnoy said earlier because he summarized it so well. The First Amendment is the most precious of the amendments. We know that. It is so important to be able to say what you want to say and not be punished by the government for doing so. And it's funny to me because on the left, they were justifying Charlie Kirk's murder by saying, well, he said all these things. He had to know it was coming. And then with Jimmy Kimmel, he said all those things full well knowing they weren't true. And now they're saying, well, he's being taken off the air. His freedom of speech is being impeded.
I like that we now have the meme that has, you can be shot for your free speech. You can lose your job for your free speech. And they're having to pick which one to pick.
Yeah, which button you want to choose.
Which button. By the way, so this is what Dave Portnoy had to say earlier as of yesterday. Actually, technically it was last night after everything went down with Jimmy Kimmel. He said, with Kimmel getting canned, I'm seeing lots of people talking about the hypocrisy of cancel culture. To me, cancel culture is when people go out of their way to dig up old tweets, videos, etc., looking for dirt on somebody they don't like in an effort to get them fired. Like if Kimmel got canceled for he did on The Man Show, that would be cancel culture. But when a person says something that a ton of people find offensive, rude, dumb in real time, and then that person is punished for it, that's not cancel culture. That is consequences for your actions.
That's exactly right. You couldn't have put it better. Nobody's digging up anything about Jimmy Kimmel, although it would be really easy to do. There's all kinds of crazy things that he did on that show. And I'll be honest, I laughed at them.
Yeah, I thought they were funny.
But if you wanted to frame them as sexist, racist, any kind, add the "ist" to whatever word you want to, you could do it. It would be easy to do. Nobody's doing that.
I'm not blaming Jimmy Kimmel for a bit he did in the late 90s where he impersonated Karl Malone. Funny.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely.
It's a different time, too.
And that's the thing. Jimmy Kimmel forgot how to be funny.
It's a sketch show. You play different characters.
But he forgot how to be funny, I think. He's not been funny in years. There's nothing he says that's funny. The clips I see, because I'm not up late enough to watch it and don't know that I would either way.
It's largely activist culture.
That's all it is,
activist comedy.
Remember I told you I don't like that word to begin with?
I know. I know you don't care for it.
Activist, because that's what, and anytime I hear the word activist, I think of Jimmy Kimmel. I think of that type of behavior.
But you and I will be activists tomorrow.
I know.
9:25.
I know.
Gonna speak to a man who's trying to win a local election.
Yep.
And we're going to do everything we can, because this is the sort of stuff we should be doing. You beat them at the ballot box. Not at the end of a barrel. That's what they do. We do it at the ballot box.
Jason Dickerson, like he said, 9 o'clock, running for
9:25
tomorrow. District 21, taking the place of Brandon Beach. So be here for that. And with that does it for today. Thank you for being here. Friday's going to be so glorious. God, a great weekend coming up. So many things to smile about. Let your legacy be how good you were to people, how great you were with your family. Let that be your legacy. We talked about legacy a little bit on the show. That's what's important. For Los and Dre, I'm Tug. Y'all come back now, you hear?
turf and local news talk continues at 3 p.m. with Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. It's the Kimmer Show, only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Hey, this is Matt from East Cobb. We basically bought our house from our in-laws. It was my wife's childhood home. One of the issues that we've had when we first moved in was our dog in our backyard. It was extremely shaded, could never grow grass back there. We resodded it twice. So ATL Turf Co. did an amazing job with our backyard transformation. They basically created a miniature golf hole. We have a miniature fairway. We also have a miniature little putting green. Consists of about 4 holes, total about 40 yards, so you can definitely work on your short game and your putting. After that transformation that ATL Turf Co. did for us, my father-in-law came and saw his house the way it looked after the fact of we had a putting green and a miniature golf course. Sure enough, he did the same thing with ATL Turf Co. He has a beautiful backyard, wonderful stonework, drainage, and a beautiful practice area for chipping and putting. Check him out online at atlturfco.com.